Fitlelela, mpope I'm short. Bring it closer. Mune. Bring this close, I'm very short.
I worry if it's too close, you might.
Get out on na ape ane jati. Ke tla bolela jwang.
Just do this.
Okay. Now go to Mune. 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 At all. Half past. Thank you very much. My name is Manke Sitema from the South African Human Rights Commission. I'll be facilitating this program today. We are meeting here for an inquiry into the violations of human rights of mining communities in the Limpopo province for these 3 days, the 25th, 26th, and 27th, here in Park Inn Radisson, Polokwane. Maybe before we can even continue with anything, may I kindly request our Chairperson, Commissioner Sandra Makwasha, to come and do the opening and welcome you all to this sitting. Commissioner?
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission, I would like to welcome all attendees to this crucial provincial inquiry into mining activities and the right to a healthy environment within the Limpopo province. I am Commissioner Sandra Makwasha, the Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, with the focal area in business and human rights, pro-poor human rights budgeting, and gender. This inquiry is a significant step in our ongoing commitment to uphold and protect human rights as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly those related to safety, healthy, and sustainable environment. The South African Human Rights Commission, established under Chapter 9 of the Constitution, is mandated to promote respect for human rights, protect human rights, and monitor the observance of human rights across the Republic of South Africa. This inquiry aligns with our 2024-2025 operational plan in addressing critical challenges related to human rights observations in Limpopo. As we embark on this inquiry, it is vital to acknowledge the foundational principles enshrined in our Constitution. Section 24 guarantees every person the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being and mandates the protection of the environment for the benefit of the present and future generation. This right underscores a close relationship between environmental quality and human health, and this is the state's responsibility to ensure the protection of these rights. Environmental degradation and unsustainable practices, particularly in the mining sector, poses significant threats to these rights. Vulnerable communities often bear the brunt of negative impacts from mining activities, facing issues such as air pollution, water contamination, and other environmental hazards that jeopardize their health and quality of life. Our role is to investigate these impacts, assess compliance with environmental and human rights legislation, and ensure that appropriate redress is provided where these violations occur. As a commissioner with a focal area on business and human rights, I must emphasize the integral role that business, particularly in the mining sector, plays in upholding human rights. Businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights, which includes avoiding harm to individuals and communities and addressing any adverse impacts that may arise from their operations. This inquiry will scrutinize the extent to which mining companies in Limpopo adhere to their social and labor plans, which are legally binding documents intended to ensure that the benefits of mining extend to local communities through initiatives such as skills development, infrastructure improvement, and the provision of essential services like water and sanitation. Furthermore, the principles of proper human rights budgeting must be considered. This involves ensuring that resources are allocated in a manner that prioritizes the needs of the most vulnerable populations, thereby promoting equitable development and social justice. The gender dimension is also crucial, as women and children are often disproportionately affected by environmental degradation and inadequate living conditions. Our background indicates the gravity of the situation. Complaints related to mining activities in Limpopo, particularly concerning pollution, blasting, and structural damages, have been significant and persistent. Despite directives issued by the Commission following our 2018 national hearing, many of these issues remain unresolved, highlighting systematic concerns and a disregard for previous recommendations. This inquiry will focus on several key objectives: assessing the extent of challenges faced by communities due to mining activities, investigating systematic nature and causes of these challenges, evaluating the adequacy of measures and plans in place to address these issues, reviewing adherence to the Commission's previous directives, compliance with social and labor plans by mining authorities, ensuring that business operations respect human rights and contribute to the well-being of affected communities. We have invited a broad spectrum of stakeholders, including complainants, mining houses, government departments, municipalities, traditional leaders, and institutions of higher learning. Their participation is crucial to the comprehensive understanding and addressing the multifaceted issues at hand. The procedure for this inquiry will involve written and oral submissions, inspections in loco where necessary, and follow-up hearings to ensure thorough examination and effective resolution of the identified challenges. Our aim is to issue a hearing report with findings and recommendations to promote accountability, ensure adherence to human rights standards, and secure redress for affected communities. I would like once again to extend my gratitude to all participants for their commitment to this important cause. Together we strive towards a sustainable future that respects and upholds the rights of all individuals. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha, for the welcome, the opening and welcome. Now I'm going to request each of us to introduce yourselves. I'll start with myself and then go to the panel table so they also introduce themselves so you know who's in front of you. Then go to my colleagues to introduce themselves, and then everybody else will then join in to introduce themselves. I'm Mankese Tema, like I indicated. I'm the Advocacy, Research and Communication Officer in the Provincial Office, South African Human Rights Commission. Like I indicated, I'll be facilitating this program for the 3 days, today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Thank you so much, Advocate Nay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mankese. I am Munei Badanson. I'm the Senior Legal Officer stationed at the South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo Provincial Office.
Thank you very much, Mankese. My name is Victor Mabidula. I'm the Provincial Manager for South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo.
Colleagues will introduce themselves.
My name is Tikoma Boho, and I am a legal officer with the South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo office.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tando Jauke, the Human Rights Monitor in the South African Human Rights Commission Provincial Office.
Good morning. My name is Laibon Maluleka. I'm a legal officer for South African Human Rights Commission, Limpopo office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eva Makhatlela, the Human Rights Officer for the Limpopo SAHRC.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Mahlatsi Ngobeni, Admin Officer, South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahlatsi. You can start just there and then the mic will rotate like that, and the other side, Eva will definitely assist.
Good morning, everyone. This is Elton Tobejani from SISMAC, as a grassroots community organizations in Sikukuni. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Temba Matibula. I'm Head of Private Law, University of Limpopo.
Good morning, everyone. Tsidiso Makubela is my name. I'm the DDG responsible for minerals and petroleum regulation at the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy.
Good morning. I'm Mariketi Moloto from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, the DDG responsible for compliance.
Good morning, I'm Udilati Malapane, the Chief Director based in head office from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy.
Good morning, everyone. I am Siape Sekheto, Deputy Director under Mineral Laws in DMRE. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Azim Rauzi, the Regional Manager, Limpopo Region.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mokhadi Mokhokong from the University of Limpopo, a senior lecturer attached to the Department of Jurisprudence.
Morning, everybody. My name is Philippos Dolo. I'm from Mogalakwena municipality in the Mapela area, from Mogalakwena Injustice Network.
Morning, everyone. My name is Katekani Mashamba, an attorney at Cliffdecker Hoffmeyer Inc., and we're representing Anglo-American Platinum.
Hi, Marilise van der Westhuizen. I'm also from Cliffdecker Hoffmeyer, representing Anglo-American Platinum.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mutsinda Nesane, Assistant Director, Social and Labor Plan, DMRE Limpopo Region.
Tobela, my name is Sija Matakala from DMRE Limpopo Region, responsible for RAMDEC and stakeholder engagement.
Morning, everyone. Andy Kabeng, Legal Advisor, Exaro Resources.
Morning, everybody. My name is Bertus Brink. I'm the General Manager of Samancor Eastern Chrome Mines.
Good morning. My name is Putimo Somani. I'm the Chief Director for Monitoring and Evaluation in the Office of the Premier.
My name is Fiona Lepan. I'm a Director with Cliffdecker Hoffmeyer for Samancor Chrome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Onyele Begicha, Candidate Attorney at Cliffdecker Hoffmeyer for Samancor Chrome.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tabo Tobejani, Corporate Affairs and Transformation Manager for Samancor Chrome Eastern Region.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mashika Mutlake
from the Limpopo Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders under the Directorate Secretariat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Mkulwana, representing Semanco Environmental.
Good morning. My name is Sidney Marche, Senior Inspector of Mines in Limpopo Region, DMRE.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Moige, and I'm the General Counsel for Semanco Chrome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Desmond McManus. I'm the CEO of Semanco Chrome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jomo Kwari. I'm the Head of Corporate Affairs and Transformation at Semanco Chrome.
Morning. My name is Shane Lopsher. I'm a Legal Manager for Semanco Chrome.
Thank you very much. I believe everyone has introduced themselves. Did we miss anybody? Maybe we just, I'm not sure Siabi will introduce it. Please give Siabi to introduce himself and his colleague so that we get to know everyone who's here. Thank you so much. As Siabi.
Before Siabi, can I start with our lady right there?
No problem.
Hi, my name is Rachel Fonsell. I'm from Dynamic Photos. We are recording the event.
Good morning. My name is Mapetu Avi, and I'm the South African Sign Language interpreter. I'm not alone with my colleague here, Thomas Simin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, you have to come back to the podium to then introduce the panel properly. Thank you so much.
I think by the time this inquiry is done, I would have then made my 10,000 steps and more. Thank you so much, colleagues. I will not dwell much on the panel members as they have previously introduced themselves earlier on. We are joined by our senior legal officer who then previously introduced himself. His name is there in bold letters with the South African Human Rights logo in front. Then he is joined by myself as the commissioner, as the chairperson of this inquiry. Then lastly, we have the provincial manager who then will also be part of the panel as he has previously introduced himself. I will then keep standing so that I don't have to then join again to do another few steps in respect of the outlining of the inquiry procedures. It's simple. The attendance register that is before you speaks to how the procedure will then occur. You will note that it starts with the background and the purpose of the inquiry as provided by the provincial manager. We will then have presentations by 2 institutions of higher learning in Limpopo who will then speak about the impact of mining activities on human rights in Limpopo. Thereafter, we will then have questions and answers or deliberation between the institutions of higher learning and the panel members. We will then have a short tea break so that everyone just can calm down. We will then have a presentation by the Human Rights Commission, which speaks about the inspection report and the complaints received. This will be done by one of the panel members, who is our senior legal officer. We will then have remarks. We will then go to communities who will then be represented by a number of people who will then come before. They will be seated here, who will then present challenges facing mining communities. Once each speaker speaks, they will then have a questions and answer session. After community members have spoken, we will then have challenges facing traditional leaders in mining communities, which will then be postponed to tomorrow due to the unavailability of the representative. We will then speak to challenges or the role of municipalities in the protection of mining rights. This will then be by the respective municipality. We have the Fitahomu Dubatse local municipality. This will be done by the municipal manager. Questions and answers by panel members. Then the role of the Mogalakwena local municipality in the protection of the rights of mining communities. Then we then have the role of Lephalale local municipality in the protection of the rights of mining communities. These mining communities will then be represented by the respective municipal managers or delegated authorized representative of the respective municipalities. After each representative of the municipality speaks about the responsibility of local municipalities and the protection of the rights of mining communities, panels will then ask questions, and of course they will have to then answer. We will then have a representative from SAGA who will speak about the role of SAGA in protecting mining communities. Thereafter, we then have an answer and question session. This will then adjourn today's first day of the inquiry. We will then have tomorrow's inquiry. Therefore, we continue with the relevant stakeholders. It will be the role of COXTA in the protection of mining communities, the role of LIDET in the protection of mining communities, and the role of DMRE in ensuring compliance and implementation of social labor plans. It's important to note that after each speaker speaks, we then will also then have a question and answer session by the respective panel members. We will then move to the responses as part of our day 2. This is the first one. We'll start with Mogalakwena Platinum Mines response on the allegation of violation of human rights and the progression on the implementation of the social labor plans. This then will be followed by the same representation by Samanco Chrome Mine. We then move on to then representations in response to the allegation of violation of human rights and progression on the implementation of SLP by the Lao Mine. And then the Bakoni Platinum Mine will also be given an opportunity to respond to that allegation of violation of human rights and progression on the implementation of SLP. This will then, after each representative from the respective mine makes the response, panel members will then ask them questions and answers. This will then conclude day 2. In respect of the last day, we will continue with representatives from the mining houses. We will have then Sifateng Chrome Mine, then we'll move on to Exaro Chrome Mine, and then we will then ask the role of the Premier in the protection of the rights of mining communities, and then we close that aspect. This is how the program has been set out. It highlights how the inquiry will take place. Those who will be making representation on behalf of the mentioned stakeholders will then duly be sworn in by myself as the chairperson, and then at the end, the Human Rights Commission will then issue out a report. However, we may also, given the deliberations during this presentation and inquiry, may then actually have further inspection in loco and other investigative steps that we will take as the Human Rights Commission. However, that will be communicated in due course once the inquiry has come to a close. Thank you so much. To my facilitator, I hand back over to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And before we can even proceed with the background, may I check if Monet is ready to come give us the security brief? Thank you, colleagues. You will notice we've got Monet in front here and the other Monet is coming in. You are welcome.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mornay Besaidnet. I am the risk manager of this hotel. Just to inform you of the security exits, emergency exits here. In case of an emergency, please remain calm and exit in an orderly fashion. Please note that we are searching in front. Please honor that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mune. May I then request the provincial manager, Mr. Victor Mabidula, to come talk to us on the background and purpose of this inquiry. Thank you, sir.
Macheloni, good morning. We are More, Sanibonani Molo, Abshin, Tobela. So I think I try to speak all the official language of this province. Colleagues, thank you very much, Program Director, for giving me this opportunity. My responsibility is just to give the background of the sitting and the purpose of this sitting. I just believe that after receiving our notice, all the institutions here and all the lawyers here have gone through our act and our mandate to see what is this institution stand for and what is that they are mandated to do in terms of the constitution. So our responsibility is very simple, and our mandate is articulated in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We are also established in terms of the Act, which is Act 40 of 2013. So if I can just categorize or just put it in simple terms, our mandate is divided into 4 components. We protect the rights of our people. We promote the rights of our people. We promote in terms of educating. We have to go out to the communities, educating our people about their rights. We also monitor the observance of human rights. What is good about our mandate is that our mandate is not only limited to the government institutions, it's also applicable or also enforce the observance of human rights to the private sector. So that is the reason why during the introduction, you might have noticed that it's like we are all here. And I'm happy that most of the institutions that are relevant to the protection of human rights are here. We are going to talk about the issues that if you are part of this province and your client is operating here, obviously you know the issues that had been raised by our communities regarding the violation of human rights. We have so many challenges, and as the Human Rights Commission, we are also mandated to handle complaints from public members and also from civil societies. So as a result of that, we are in the better position to understand most of the situations in our villages where most of the companies here are doing their businesses. So as a result of that, we realize that the challenges regarding the mining, the rise of the mining communities is really growing, and we seem not to have a solution to this challenge. Yes, as the Human Rights Commission, we've been engaging some of the mining companies, some of the respondents here. We engage them on a piecemeal basis. Sometimes you'll find that it's one-on-one and we want the problem to be resolved. Some of you respond positively, resolve the issues that the community members are raising. Some of you here have a very good working relationship with your community members. Then that brings me to the issue of the business and human rights. The UN have also articulated, and there is a very good position in terms from the UN with regard to the business and human rights. There's always this question, more especially when we talk about the mining communities and the human rights. When we talk about business and human rights, as Commissioner have articulated, it's a very sophisticated area. But what the simple terms is that the UN have realized that business and human rights should coexist. In no ways that we can say, I think the one some times ago when I was mediating between Mokgalakwena and Mapila community, when we started with the process, I asked the community members, because there was no cooperation, if they want us to push for the closure of the mine. And the community members said, no, we can't close the mine. And that is our position. But I posed that question deliberately so. That is the indication that we need each other. Government cannot be without business. Business cannot be there without, without government. And also community members cannot survive without you creating jobs, without mining companies creating jobs. So our objective here is not to frustrate the process, but to ensure that we also protect the rights of those people who are vulnerable in our communities. Because it's not every one of us here, as the companies, companies that are mining in our areas. It's not everyone who's complying with the legislations and policies that are available. Some of the companies, they don't care, or they undermine those processes that need to be followed. But we also realize that there's a gap. Yes, in terms of the UN approach, when there is a gap, what is the role of the government? That is the reason why we have the DMR here. We have COSA here, we have the municipality who will also do the presentation. We want to understand, if we are really working all of us here, because in no ways that we will have a situation where everything will run smoothly. Obviously, there will be challenges. Is the government in the position to hold the mining company accountable if there is a violation of legislation or a violation of rights? Those are the questions that we need to answer, and also chart the way forward as to what is that we are going to do, all of us. So our process, when we receive complaints, we conduct investigations. When we conduct investigation, we visit the areas, different areas. Some of the areas are the areas where you find that we have protests. In other areas, it's not protest, it's maybe individual rights that has been violated, then we have to intervene. As I've indicated, some of the mining company will turn blind eye and not cooperate with us, and some of the mining companies will cooperate with us. But the most important thing is that we have realized that even if there is certain cooperation in certain areas, we still have challenges that are growing. We still have mining companies that are not cooperative. So when we receive those complaints, we use our mandate, we use our powers to resolve some of those complaints. And then we decided, I think it was some two years back, that we are going to have a hearing. Then the preparation for the hearing, it was a massive one. Because what was happening, what had happened was that we had to visit areas, many areas. I must also indicate that this is not the only companies that are mining in our area in Limpopo. We have identified certain companies that we think we should engage with them. But not necessarily mean that they are the only ones that are violating or they are not violating the rights. Because we realize that if we take certain companies, I think we've taken 6 of them. So they will assist us to have a sense of what is happening also on the ground. And what are the challenges? Why do we have to have protests all over the province, and then we don't know how to find a solution? And all those protests that are happening in the province, the reasoning behind those protests are the same. You find that people are complaining about the contamination of water, their own plough fields that are taken by the mining companies. Mining companies are not employing the local people as required by the legislative. Mining companies are not developing the areas where they are mining. But the most challenging one is when the companies made undertaking through their social and labor plans, and at the end they don't comply, they don't implement their own social and labor plan. So the challenge that we are facing as the province is that if they are not complying, what should happen? What should the government do in line with the principles, in line with the ROGI principles, the business and human rights? So should the government fold its arms and say, Aikijani, just you can kill each other there in the community, we are not going to do anything? Should the government stand aside and watch? What is your mandate as the government? What about the municipality? All these mining companies that we have invited today, they are using our roads in the communities. They are damaging our roads with their trucks. And at the end of the day, who should be blamed? We blame our own government, that government is not fixing potholes. But we are using those roads together. If we have the good infrastructure in terms of transportation, it also improves the productivity in the mine. It also improves your business. How do we join hands? How can we make sure that we feel, that you feel also, let's say for example, you are mining in Mkhalakwena where there is a very small road or two-lane road going to maybe from Mukopane to Tsamahanzi there. That road is the one that is used by the trucks and everything, but it's a very small road. But we have the biggest, second biggest mine in the world that is mining in that area. What is the responsibility of that mine in terms of expanding that particular road? Some 5 years ago, I visited towards a municipality. I raised the same question about the road that was from Beggarsford straight to Polokwane, that it does not make sense to me when we were driving in a very small road straight to Beggarsford there. But we have the big mines that are mining there, taking the minerals and making profit. What is their contribution to expand that road? But when our people protest, they don't protest against the mine, they protest against the municipality, knowing that our fiscals cannot handle the roads, cannot expand that roads. They are not, the people who are staying there, they cannot even, the municipality cannot even generate revenue out of those people. So how do we make sure that we also resolve problems like that? But I'm happy that when you go towards to Beggarsford these days, yes, I think we have more than 50 kilometers road that has been constructed. It's nice, very nice to drive now. You can drive in a very reasonable time from Polokwane to Beggarsford. I think that is a very contribution. Hence, I don't even know whether the mining companies have contributed or not. But the expansion of that road, I think it assisted also the business. They are benefiting out of that road. So other issues, you'll find that we have the issues where the mining companies will go and start mining their product there or their minerals. All of a sudden, they are doing the blasting. Our houses, our people have built their houses. I don't know what we mean. Then when their houses are cracking because of the blasting, they are being told that their houses are not up to the standard. There's the standard of a material. I don't know even to put it. Maybe the SLO, the senior legal officer, will share with us how the mining companies respond when we engage them. Our people have been found having these mud houses. They have no option. They had no money. They have no money. They still do not have money to improve, to use maybe cement and sand to build proper structures. But when those houses are creaking, they are being told that they are not up to the standard and we can't take responsibility. I don't understand, but that is the attitude that we receive sometimes. Sometimes we find the mining companies denying responsibility and saying that no, we have measured the whatever, the blasting cannot crack these houses. But when you get to the house, you could see that this is not just a normal cracking. It's because somebody is doing something or is blasting closer to the residential area. Somehow we find that the DMR is also standing aside. They are unable to resolve those issues. Our community members will be left stranded and frustrated, and they started blocking the roads. All of a sudden, the police will come in and start chasing them away as like animals. Those are the issues that we need to deal with. Those are the reality that our people are facing. We are taking their plowing field, we compensate them with 4,000 rand, maybe 2 hectares, 4,000 rand and all those things. You must know that our people have been surviving in those plowing fields for many, many years. And for us to come in and say, now you are no longer going to plow here, we have to take this away, we are going to compensate you with 4,000. And the worst part of it, there are those mines that engage the community properly. I'm not saying that every mine is responsible for this, but those are the issues that we come across when we are investigating. And you find that the people are being approached, they don't even know the value of the money that are being given. The land is not even being evaluated to check the price, but all of a sudden they're being given 4,000 rand. Once of 4,000 rand, they are gone. From there, they are suffering. Once they utilize that 4,000 rand, they are going back to the street. Their children will be protesting day in and day out, and they will stop your business. So that we need to work together. We need each other. There's no one who's above each other. The government is there. The government is in the better position to understand our communities, the municipality officials, our traditional leaders. Sometimes we find a situation where the mining companies approach to engage with the community, create division amongst the traditional leaders and the government. Our people turn against traditional leaders, they are burning their houses, they hate them. Simply because of the approach that the mining companies have used to engage with the community members. The approach is very much important because sometimes some of our traditional leaders, they are no longer respected because the community members believe that they've taken bribe from the mine. And when you look at those traditional leaders, you find that they are very innocent. They didn't even take a cent. But the manner in which the mining companies approach them, and to get the rights to mining and also approach the DMR, there are so many areas where even the DMR officials are being accused of corruption. But not that there is any corruption, but because of the manner in which we approach our communities. So there is a need maybe to establish a proper way in which when the mining companies are coming in, or when the grant that the municipalities are entitled to, when they receive this grant and create this trust, they should be in proper engagement. They must know that no one is taking money. And what is making everyone angry in your communities or in the communities that you are working, whoever can stand up and try to defend the mine, that person has been bribed. And which is not even correct sometimes. And I'm not saying that there is a bribe or there's no bribe, but where we have investigated, we have never found anyone, whether it's DMR official or municipality official, or we don't have any evidence where we can say somebody was bribed. The only challenge that we find is that the manner in which we engage the community, it gives impression or it develops a perception that these people might have received something. And there will be people from the community who will stand up and start fighting that so and so have received bribe. And I'm not saying that there's no bribe. I cannot say that because one day, I think it might be again, maybe 6 years ago when I was, it was 6 years ago, one of the company, I was with my colleague, we were engaging the company regarding the protests that were taking place. And one of the mine managers said to me, if you resolve this problem, Victor, I'm going to give you a job that can pay you 3 times than what you are earning now. I felt offended and I raised my concern immediately. Because we are here. I chose to be an activist or to work for Human Rights Commission for a reason. I enjoy my work and I do my work with passion. It's not for money. We don't consider money a lot, but yes, we do get compensation from the government, from the Human Rights Commission. But the fact of the matter is that we are not here to look for a job. We are not looking for a job. We do our work without fear, favor, or prejudice. Whether it's government, whether it's a mining company, don't even think of offering us a job. Let us resolve the issues that we're facing now, because if we don't do this together, you can't have peace of mind as business. Just see us as an organization or as a Chapter 9 institution that is trying to find a solution to the challenges that we're facing in Limpopo. We can't just sit back when we can see that there's a growing number of illegal mining in the province. We thought this thing were happening maybe in Gauteng. When we hear about the Zama issues, we thought this thing will not come to Limpopo some years ago. But it's here. It's here now. They are mining. We need to work together. They are taking your minerals. You are paying tax. They are not paying tax. You are the formal companies that are doing the mining, paying tax properly, doing your business properly. Somebody is coming to mine next to you. It's a challenge. Because they don't have the right to mine there. You have the right, the rights are with you, you are the holder of the rights, but somebody who's not even paying tax is coming to do those activities next to your mine. What does that mean? So we need to work together to stop those things. We need to work with the police, with everyone, to make sure that all mining companies, and I'm saying this, also asking myself this question. If we have such a number of mining activities that are taking, illegal mining activities that are taking place in the province, do we have do we sometimes take stock of how many mines do we have in Limpopo, and where are these people mining? We have granted them license. I mean DMR. You have granted these people license. Your officials are going out on a daily basis to conduct inspection. When they come across the mine that is not in their list, what do they do? What do they do? Do they turn blind eye and say, no, they must just mine, it's not for us, it's for the police? But you know that in your list, this mining company is not there, or these activities were not supposed to be here. So what do you say? You just leave them mining, and they are growing, they are killing our people there, and until such time when we have intervention by the police and the army, then we have those activities on the land of Beggarsford, of course. We have those things stopped. But we still have other illegal mining activities. And the mining companies are just quiet. I don't know whether because they are powerless, they cannot do anything, but you should be worried if I have the right to mine here, but somebody is taking those minerals that I was supposed to mine. Those are the issues that we must indeed try to avoid. But what I can say is that the intention of this particular inquiry is to identify the challenges, is to make sure that we develop a working relationship between the community, the government. When I'm saying the government, I'm including all the institutions of the government, local municipality, COSTA, and everyone, and our traditional leaders, who are the custodian of this relationship between ourselves and the government. Because you can't go to the community without going through the traditional leaders. Even if Victor wants to take you through some other channels, but you must know that if you are a community leader and you want to engage with us, we'll always make sure that we involve the traditional leader of that particular area to ensure that we also recognize their responsibility. In no way that the Human Rights Commission can execute its mandate effectively, more especially in relation to the mining activities, without the support of the traditional leaders. We have done that, and we are going to do that, and we are going to work with the traditional leaders. So we don't undermine any institution when we come to the business and human rights. We are all role players. We cannot undermine each other. It can't work. It can't work. So, colleagues, we are here for the next 3 days, for the next 3 days, just to make sure that at the end of this engagement, the Human Rights Commission is in the position to say, these are the main challenges. These are the stakeholders that we must engage going forward. These are the companies that maybe we should intervene and see what are the challenges. Why are you not complying with your social and labor plan? Why are you not doing the right thing? So we really do not want to find ourselves in a situation where we are saying now to the government, but what are you doing? Because the government knows that we have the powers to hold them accountable, and it cannot look good to pronounce that the government is the one that is failing our people. We don't want to go there. We still believe that a solution can be found without pointing fingers at each other. I therefore, with those words, saying to all of you that let us give as much information as we can. Let us make sure that we cooperate with each other. Yes, sometimes the hearing can get heated because you have your information, we have our information, and we are trying to we'll try to engage you with what we have. We'll have community members who are here to give information, sharing with us their experiences. We have universities in the provinces who are going to share with us what their perspective in terms of this particular area. Because without the universities, because sometimes people might not be aware that For a country to move forward, the academics must always guide us. They are the first ones to tell us this can work, this cannot work. And they also get criticized, the Human Rights Commission. They criticize everyone, not to kill us, but to awaken us, to tell us that here you are lacking. Wake up. Your mandate says you must do this, and you are not doing what you are supposed to do. So that is what, and they don't just speak from their head. They conduct research. We might not have capacity as the Human Rights Commission to conduct a proper research. We only receive complaints. And the complaints that we receive, they will always give us what those complainants are saying to us. And we cannot cover everything. But the institution of higher learning are the ones who can research beyond just handling of a particular complaint. They will research and give us information. So I'm saying this because I understand they will share with us the information that will assist us. Let us listen to them. They will give us the perspective in the provincial perspective. So we should not shy away from really taking responsibility. If they are saying we are not complying, the Human Rights Commission, they are free to say, even the Human Rights Commission has been sleeping on this area for a long time. We will accept that. And we will try to rectify that. Because other people believe that the mining communities or the mining area is no-go area. You can't do anything because mining companies are very dangerous. And although I've never come across a dangerous mining company myself. I've been working with mining companies. I've been working with Mapila people. I've been going to Beggarsford, working with the traditional that side. So I've never get a threat that I can say is something that will threaten me, and I'll spend a sleepless nights thinking that my life will be taken. It's only the fact that we are engaging, and it can be hot, or it can be heated. The discussion can be heated. We don't care. We don't have any problem. Let us just make sure that out of this room, we are together. We know that we're going to do this. You will now then know that, okay, if you have a challenge with your own community, the mining or its municipality or DMR, the Human Rights Commission is mandated also to mediate between communities, between parties who are differing. We can come there without, not for the purpose of investigation, but for the purpose of mediating. If you remember the Mapila community, it was like we used to have a shutdown year in and year out. We worked with the Mapila community and Anglo Platinum for 2 years, full 2 years, to find a solution. You will agree with me that since 2016, we have never had a major shutdown of Mapila because we work with them. Yes, there might be challenges that have started emerging because of the new challenges that are coming in the community. But since then, we never had a challenge that we can say there's a shutdown in Mapila. Simply because the Anglo Platinum that's mining there, they open up their doors for the Human Rights Commission and for the community of Mapila. We work out the solution to those problems. And we come up with a long-lasting solution that might be, maybe we might need to rework that one, the solution, or amend the solution, simply because we seem to be having emerging challenges again. So the situation cannot be perfect in the mining areas. As long as people knows where to go when their rights are being violated, that is what we want to do. You will always have being accused of this and this, but you must have a mechanism to deal with those issues from time to time. With those words, colleagues, I'm saying to you, feel welcome, and also feel free to give us your information. We are here to engage with you to find a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bumabidula. Commissioner, like you said, you'll be having million steps. As I'm going to call in Dr. Mokhadi Mokgokong from the University of Limpopo, you will then take her through the swearing in. Dr. Mokhadi, the podium is yours now.
Good morning, colleagues.
Okay, I think it's, oh wait, is it working? Is it, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Moradi. Apologies for that. Dr. Moradi, I just want to just swear you in. Are you going to be sworn in, or would you like to take an affirmation?
I think I'd prefer to be sworn in.
All right. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is true and nothing but the truth?
I so do swear.
Do you have any objection in taking this prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you consider this prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
So raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You may continue with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. I hope everyone is doing well this morning. As indicated, I am Mokhadi Mokhokong from the University of Limpopo. The presentation I am going to make is based on my doctoral thesis that I completed recently. And the thesis investigated the role of mining companies when it comes to mining communities and the impact of the mining companies towards the socio-economic development of these communities. In my study, I have identified a few challenges that I hope I will be able to share with you, and I have also identified some solutions that I hope can be implemented to the benefit of mining companies, mining communities. I am sure you can agree with me that it does not make sense for mining communities who are located in rich, mineral-rich land to be subjected to some of the most heartbreaking human rights violations one can encounter. And I think we need to have a very sober and a very honest discussion on what the issues are and attempt to find solutions to those issues. I hold the view that the situation cannot proceed as it is, and we need to come up with solutions, and I hope to be one of the contributors to that particular engagement. And let me thank the Human Rights Commission for the invitation. As I indicated, I am from the University of Limpopo, and the University of Limpopo carries the motto of finding solutions for African problems. So whenever I'm in a room with people who are dedicated or who are committed towards finding these solutions, then I feel at home. Now, the structure of my presentation, colleagues, will be structured in this way. I will start with the introduction. I will touch a little bit on the research methodology. I will try very hard not to be academic about the discussions, but I will touch on the research methodology that was employed in the study. I will also tackle some of the research questions and also look at the legislative framework. I will not dwell much on this, and I will get to the crux of the matter, which are the challenges faced by mining communities, and also conclusions and recommendations, and hopefully a way forward that can be considered. You will agree with me that mining is one of the oldest economic activities in South Africa. It actually dates pre-colonization. So mining has been an economic activity for as long as time itself. And unfortunately, this industry for the longest time has been associated with exploitation and violation of human rights. This dates from colonization, the Union of South Africa, and the apartheid government. And it is hoped, or it was hoped with the advent of the democratic dispensation, that this will no longer be the situation. Now, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa grants certain rights to everyone within the Republic of South Africa. Now, these rights include the right to dignity, the right to life, the right to property, and environmental rights as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. And mining in South Africa is regulated by a plethora of legislation, including the MPRDA and the NEMA and other such legislation and policy. We even have the mining charter. And the issue is, despite the existence of these legislation and policy, mining communities continue to be subjected to violation of human rights. And this poses a question to us, or it should pose a question to us, on why is this the case? We have laws in place that are supposed to protect these communities. Why are these communities not being protected? Where are we dropping the ball? Because there is an issue, whether we want to admit it or not. One simply has to go to the nearest mining community and tell me whether that is a reflection of the mineral wealth that is located beneath the soil. Now, mining activities is one of the dominant industries in a couple of provinces, including Limpopo province. We have the Northern Cape as well, Northwest, and Mpumalanga. And you will, if you have observed, you will see that most of these provinces that I have mentioned are classified as or can be classified as rural, or harboring the rural population, meaning a lot of these activities occur in communities that are located in rural settings. And as I indicated, it's the Northern Cape, the Northwest, Mpumalanga and Limpopo. These, according to Stats SA, these are the provinces whereby mining is one of the leading contributors to the economy of those particular country. Now, what this study questioned, or part of the questions of the studies that I conducted, was looking at what are the challenges that are facing mining communities, what are the specific human rights issues that are violated by mining companies, and what is the status of social and labor plans in these mining communities. And the research methodology that I employed, colleagues, was a qualitative study, or what can be generally known as a desktop study, whereby I looked at publicly available records and trying to analyze what the situation is. So I employed a qualitative methodology which focused on comprehending underlying processes, social and cultural context, and the motivation behind diverse behavioral processes. And the study was focused on deriving information through observation of a real-world setting, looking at the publicly available data. And as I indicated, I also looked at the legislative framework. What do our laws say? And I will not get much into detail when it comes to this. I'd like to believe that, industry leaders who are available in this hall are aware of the legislative framework that is regulating the mining industry. But we have the MPRDA, which indicates that the mineral and petroleum resources are the common heritage of the people of South Africa. In my language, we call heritage wukwa. That is your inheritance and something that should ideally benefit you. And that is guaranteed by Section 3 of the MPRDA, or the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act. And this particular act also places a duty towards mining companies to develop social and labor plans. As I proceed with my presentation, I will also touch a bit on what is the status of social labor plans in a number of areas around the Limpopo province. Before we get to that, let us look at some of the challenges that I have identified, or the plight of mining communities. A predominant issue that was identified by the study was the issue of access to land. Land is not simply a place where one dwells. one can attach spiritual meaning towards a particular piece of land. And land is a very important feature in every community, especially indigenous communities. Some of these communities use certain land to, acknowledge or worship their ancestors. And the moment that particular mining companies come into play, then that connection is broken, because I can no longer go and appease my ancestors in a particular place because the place has been turned into a mine. Those are some of the issues that relate to land. Also, access to land for grazing purposes, right? I think the previous speaker indicated the fact that this land has sustained people for the longest of time. But the moment a mining operation comes into play, then that particular benefit ceases to exist. And we're not saying that mining must not occur, but those are some of the things that must be taken into consideration. The fact that it is not simply moving people from one piece of land to the next for mining purposes, but it severs a certain tie that people have to that particular land. And as I indicated, loss to that particular land also has spiritual implication for people who actually take such things into consideration. And it also entails loss of land for agricultural purposes, including loss of sustenance for their livestock. A study conducted by the Center for Applied Legal Studies interviewed a few people who were residing in various mining communities. And one of the common threads among these different communities, whether it was in the Northwest or in the Limpopo province, was the impact of mining on their livestock. The fact that some of their livestock have access to water that is not suitable for consumption. And according to these community members, they held the view that due to consuming such waters, their livestock were now sterilized or were now unable to produce offspring, and that compromised their livelihood as well. And another challenge that I was able to identify was, the fact that a lot of these communities are located in close proximity to mining operations. That is why you will have issues around cracked houses, dust from mining operations negatively impacting the health of these people. And the study by the South African Human Rights Commission in 2016 also found it does not only lay the blame at the feet of mining companies or private companies, but fault is also laid at the hands of the municipality, whereby the report indicated that there is a failure of municipality in zoning mining activities. And then it is not uncommon to see mining communities residing dangerously close to mines, which can be dangerous to their health, safety, as well as their well-being. And the study also found that there was also an issue when it comes to the compensation that is given to mining communities for relocation. And the fact that compensation is usually limited to the relocation of the people, as well as the reallocation of the physical structure, meaning things like your house, covering the moving costs and all of that. It fails to take into account, or that particular compensation fails to take into account the long-running impact of such a move. As I indicated, issues around spirituality. And as much as I understand that it is not possible to compensate someone monetarily for that, those are some of the things that I argue mining companies must take into account, because the loss of that access is severe. It goes beyond simply taking one person from one place to another. And another issue that was identified was the fact that these communities, due to their close proximity to mining operation, also suffer some health issues like inhaling dust that emanates from the mining companies. Also, how some of these water can sometimes get into their streams and affect their health. So those are some of the challenges that I was able to identify. And another big issue that seems to be the common thread among different mining communities is failure of mining companies to comply with the social and labor plans. Now, the study found, or in the investigation, I also came across a report by Action 8, which is a 2018 study. And this study found that there are serious issues when it comes to implementation of the SLPs. And some of the issues that were identified, community members were actually interviewed to find out what are some of the issues, or to find out whether they have an idea of what this animal called the SLP entails. And it's shocking to find that 91% of the community members that were interviewed stated that they did not know what an SLP was. Others also indicated the issue around language barriers, that sometimes information is communicated in languages that are unknown to them, English, for example. And about 85% also did not know of any community structure that engaged mining communities on their behalf, especially relating to SLPs. And almost 95% of the individuals who were interviewed indicated that they have never seen an SLP. 79% of the population, or of the individuals who were interviewed, indicated that they viewed mining companies as being a negative endeavor in their community, because they held the view that they are not getting much benefit from that. So those are some of the issues that were identified. And perhaps to bring it closer to home, another study was conducted by the Center for Applied Legal Study. And this study was focused specifically on in the Limpopo province and the Sekhukhune area, to be specific. Now, and unfortunately, this report paints a very bleak picture of how mining companies interact with the community, especially when it comes to their compliance with SLP. This study found, for example, I'm not sure whether I should mention the mining companies, but let me do that. Now, the study looked at Twickenham Mining Company from 2016 to 2020. And they looked at the various projects that the companies had committed to achieve within a certain period of time. And it found that, one, there was a project for water supply, or to supply water to 12 villages in the greater Dubatsi local municipality. And the due date for complying with this was 2020, and the mine was compliant in this regard. So it was able to provide that particular service, or fulfill the commitment made in the SLP. The second commitment was to provide toilets to 2 listed schools, and the due date was 2018, and there was non-compliance. And there was also a commitment to provide infrastructure, school infrastructure project, and the aim was to achieve this by 2020, and there was partial compliance. It goes further and look at Marula, And it found that there was a need to upgrade the Driekoop Road, and the aim was to achieve this in 2017. And it indicated that there was prima facie non-compliance with the initial SLP deadline, and subsequently there was a partial compliance. So these are some of the issues that have been identified. The compliance moved from non-compliance to partial compliance and then to complete non-compliance. And the question we should pose, and that I hope will be answered by the conclusion of these 3 days, would be, why is it that in instances whereby SLPs are not complied with, we move on, business as usual? Why is that the case? And I hope that will be those will be some of the questions that we will try to navigate and work around. Those are some of the challenges. Now, my study also, just to maybe give you a brief view of what were some of my solutions that I recommended in the study. I recommended the use of what is known as corporate social responsibility. And what corporate social responsibility entails, colleagues, it's not an option. It's not something that you can decide to do or not do. It's not a corporate social investment where you say, I as a mining company am going to invest in this. It's corporate social responsibility. And it requires stakeholders, especially mining companies, to fully integrate themselves in the mining communities. Identify what are the issues, what do you need as a community. Now, every developmental process, colleagues, require that there must be consultation and participation by all stakeholders. And corporate social responsibility forces mining companies to go down to the people and say, what are your challenges? What do you need? Because it's easy to report that a particular mining company has built a school or a clinic or a library. But the question should be, does the community need these services? What if the community needs the mine to build an agricultural school that will ensure, for example, diversification of the economy in that particular area? Corporate social responsibility was one of the challenges, one of the solutions that I came up with. And secondly, I also recommended the empowerment of mining communities, right? In the sense that when mining communities observe that there is a serious violation of human rights, what can I do? Apart from approaching the South African Human Rights Commission, but how can I protect my right or this specific right that is being violated? And one of the recommendations is that we must establish, and that is the hope, that we must establish mining courts that ensure that issues relating to mining communities are dealt with in a speedy manner, right? And hopefully in a manner that will not compromise the mining community financially. As I indicated, most of these communities are located in poor rural communities, and approaching the High Court for assistance might be a tall order for some of them. Some of them might not even know that these are options that are available to them. So I suggest that, or I recommended that we should perhaps look into that as legislators. I hope we have a few legislators in the House. Perhaps that is something that we need to look into. And as I conclude, colleagues, mining has the ability to contribute to this, or contribute significantly to the development of mining communities. Failure to regulate mining companies and how they interact with mining communities can be detrimental, not only to the mining communities, but to the companies. I am certain that when communities protest, that affects the productivity and the production of these mining companies. And also the fact that social labor plans are not optional. You don't have the option of deciding whether you want to comply with it. Once you make that particular commitment, you need to be able to comply with them. And the fact that the relevant governmental department must play their role. Make sure that you assist these communities. One of the studies that I saw, as I conclude, colleagues, by CAL's Center for Applied Legal Studies, they indicated that in their study, they met resistance from the government in the sense that they will request some documents and documents will not be provided. So I believe that if we can all play our role, understand the fact that, you know, mining communities, mining companies, the government are all key stakeholders in the success of the South African economy and in the success of the mining operation. And the fact that the buy-in of the local mining communities is required. And we need to work together to ensure that such occurs. And I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I was not too academic, and thank you for granting me your ear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhokong. Please take your seat. And I'll also hand over to the panel to ask a few questions. Commissioner, thank you so much.
Before I step in, if I just want to ask my fellow panel members if they have any questions or remarks.
Thank you very much. Without including the studies by the other institutions, if we can just focus on your study. You talked about the plight of mining communities. Did your study then extend to then approach maybe the mining companies and the regulatory bodies to hear what they are saying in respect of what you have found in your study?
Let's just have, do you want the set of questions and then you can just answer all the questions collectively? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe my question is with regard to the establishment, the proposed establishment of mining courts. In your study, do you think that there is any challenge with regard to the existing court handling those matters? Because I have realized that we have so many specialized courts in South Africa and most of them are not being utilized. For example, we have the equality courts. We are trying by all means to make sure that we popularize them. People have to use them, but we still have challenges that they are underutilized. We have so many specialized courts, but do we really need another court to deal specifically with the mining issues?
Thank you so much. And just my question is, in your study, it just builds on the question by the senior legal officer, is that were you able to interrogate the role of traditional leaders in the SLP process? Were you able also to then perhaps engage the communities or, as per your research, interrogate whether there was public participation in the SLPs? But also, again, you spoke about mining courts and how they can be utilized. There is this consideration of having traditional-led courts, which we would then be led by the traditional council in that aspect. Now, in your solutions, you spoke about a community-centered approach in respect of corporate social responsibility. How do you think that will be implemented when stakeholders are failing at the current moment to ensure that there's compliance with the SLP? Lastly, do you think that the relevant stakeholders, municipalities, and the departments that are supposed to regulate mining companies are doing what they're supposed to do? And in that effect, what can the Human Rights Commission then take from your research in respect of that? My last question is, in aspects of when you were engaging with communities, in respect of successful integration between the mining community, the mining company and the community, what did you see that would be something to talk about in respect of how to successfully utilize SLPs and how mining companies adhere to those regulations? Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, thank you so much for those. Am I audible? All right, thank you so much for those questions. Let me start with the first one, which was, did I consult mining companies to find out what the challenges were? No, I did not. My study was based on primarily secondary data, because I felt like when I was doing my study and researching, there is a plethora of data that is available relating to this. So in my view, there is no question on whether there is compliance or not. Data is available. And the specific intention for that was to have an avoidance of whereby we repeat the same situation over and over again, whereby we investigate the same issues and come to the very same conclusion over and over again. So no, I did not. I felt that there was more than sufficient available secondary data to answer the questions that my study posed. And secondly, I think there was the question of, do we need another court? I believe we do, right? And in order to ensure that these courts are utilized, empower the mining communities. The question is, do mining communities even know where to go when they encounter challenges? And how quick, because when a person is being, when you have a thorn in your shoe, right, you want solution as soon as possible. And I think it is imperative that quick solutions be found, and that will not only benefit the mining communities, but the mining companies. I think when the relationship between mining companies and mining communities is not proper, it can affect production, it can affect the safety of other staff members. So I suggest and I argue that yes, mining courts are definitely necessary, right? And perhaps we should also look at what are the prevalence of challenges that are facing mining communities as opposed to the prevalence of challenges that might be facing other individuals, right? Who might not see the need for, approaching the specialized courts, right? One can simply say, the Department of Education has violated my rights. As a result, I want to sue. And that is sufficient for them. But for mining companies, it's a little bit different. So perhaps also the prevalence and the types of issues that specialized courts deal with might be different. So I believe it's a viable solution to the problem. And another question was, did I investigate the role of traditional leaders? And I'm glad, because I think when I saw on the program there's somebody representing traditional leaders. You know, the issue of traditional leaders is a very contentious issue in the Republic of South Africa. And of course this emanates from the Native Administration Act, the Black Administration Act, right? So we have serious issues when it comes to that. Some of the issues that I was able to identify, although my study did not take me to that point, I did not get to a point whereby I investigate the role of traditional leaders, was I identified the fact that some of these communities will say we do not acknowledge A as our traditional leader, but A is the acknowledged traditional leader, and they will say there was no consultation with the traditional leader because we simply do not acknowledge this particular individual. So the issue of traditional leader is contentious, especially in rural areas. And another question, I hope I'm able to answer all of them, but another question was, what can the Human Rights Commission do in order to ensure that all stakeholders play their role, if I'm not mistaken? Yes, especially the Department of Mineral Resources. I think we have an issue with accountability as a country, whereby the DMR does not comply. That is the end of the story. What are the measures, or what other measures can the South African Human Rights Commission look into to ensure that the relevant stakeholders are held accountable? I believe I answered all of them. Did I miss anything?
Thank you. Is it possible for us to get an additional mic? Because the back and forth of sharing mics is just going to be a bit difficult for engagement. I think from the panel side, we seem to be covered. Thank you so much.
One, two, one. 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Do you have any closing or final remarks, given the interaction that you have had with the panel and the questions that we've asked?
Am I audible? Okay, I'm audible. I think it's, let me just give the final remark by saying I think these engagements are very much important. I am with my colleague from the University of Limpopo, Advocate Matebula, and inviting different institutions into these kind of settings. I think it's very important. We get different perspectives, and I'm very grateful that you invited the University of Limpopo, and I was having a discussion with Monet last night indicating that I hope that this can be fostered even further. Let us develop or promote the culture of advocacy amongst our students. So I think further interactions are definitely important, and students must hopefully form part of these kind of sittings in the near future. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are duly excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhoko. We are going to break for tea, and we'll come back at 10 minutes after 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. Tea's outside, yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Can we reconvene? Thank you so much. I understand you are amazed why are we delaying, whereas I indicated we will be coming back at 10 minutes after 10 o'clock. We had a little bit of a crisis that we had to sort. And maybe if I can just indicate the same to you, that we had a challenge. The numbers that we had confirming attendance are no longer the numbers that are in attendance. To try and meet everyone halfway, we resolved that per institution, if we have 2, it's good, but if we have more, it must be 3. So we will give the chair for a seat for the person who confirmed, an extra 2 chairs. For any number more than that, kindly mind us and pardon us. As the venue was, the sitting arrangement and the venue was confirmed based on the numbers that we got, also looking into the sensitivity of this matter that is on hand, trying to accommodate the security issue. That's why we had to be very specific and try to tie all the loose ends. So surely you understand what I'm saying. And I'm happy that already there are colleagues who indicated that they will bear the numbers that they have, which is good because they are also meeting us halfway. As you understand the implications, actually we all know the laws of this country, they are very tight. So thank you very much for understanding. We will then proceed with the program. Maybe let me also indicate that the University of Venda haven't showed up yet. We'll go straight to calling in our senior legal officer, Advocate Munei Badantwana, to talk to us about the South African Human Rights Commission inspection report and complaints received. Welcome to the podium, sir.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll just start off by saying that, or confirming what the provincial manager indicated when he was on the podium, that we have been receiving complaints in the past which relates to mining activities. We have been investigating these complaints. The reason why we then opted to have an inquiry was to try and address the challenges on a systemic level, which is now why we now gathered here to have this inquiry. In preparation of this inquiry, we decided to go on the ground to do inspection or scouting just to validate the information that we had before us, because we had initially attempted to do this inquiry 2 years back. So one thing to note, the study as presented by the University of Limpopo shared information relating to social and labor plans and the awareness of these social and labor plans in mining communities. I just want to note that one issue that we also noted when we went on the ground was that most community members don't even know what social and labor plans are. They don't even know if they come in a form of a constitution pocket booklet like. They don't know if it comes in a plastic. Funny enough, but they know about their rights. They will tell you that our rights are being violated. They will tell you about the complaints and link their complaints with rights as contained in the Constitution. It then extends not just with community members, but it goes to traditional leaders as well. When we go to villages, there are certain villages where we have to first approach traditional leadership, introduce ourselves, and just get an understanding from them, since there are mining activities occurring within their jurisdiction. What are the challenges? What do they know about the mine that is having activities within the midst? Have they had any interaction? But in most communities, to be broad, most traditional leaders won't even be knowing what is happening. They always point fingers to other institutions, your municipalities, your COGSTA. So that is why now we have embodied every relevant institution that needs to be here and give an account on their perspective. But just to summarize some of the issues that we spotted and some of the complaints that we have been receiving, I'll just outline the following. Keeping in mind that we still have witnesses or people from these very same communities that are going to give testimony in a broader scale. We went to Mapila area, your scheming area, wherein there are various mining activities, but the things that I just want to note out in relation to Mokalakwena Palitram mine that is here before us, the complainants would normally complain about non-employment of community members as promised by the mines during consultations. That comes up instantly when you ask, what are the issues are you having with the mines? There are further complaints relating to noise and dust that comes from mining blasting. They would go to an extent of showing you pictures of when they will see the dust emanating from the mining blasting and also reaching their homesteads, which then leads to nuisance. With regards to water provision, most would then pinpoint the projects which were promised by the mine to say the mine will then start this water project, the mine will drill boreholes. But as much as the mines do proceed with the borehole drilling or sponsoring these boreholes, some then complain to say the water doesn't reach them because of how the whole process is designed. The boreholes will only be serving certain parts of the community and not reaching the rest of the communities. They further complain about roads, as alluded by the provincial manager also. In Mapila and Skimming, the road that side is the center of the complaints. You cannot really drive easily. You always anticipate some form of a hazard, can be a pothole or whatever, because of the heavy machinery that may be used by the mining companies. In Mapila also, there are complaints relating to relocations. These are residents now who are staying in a place that the mine has secured and the mine wants to operate, but the mine needs to first relocate them. They complain about the consultation process is not done properly or involving the parties concerned, all parties concerned. They even go to an extent of saying that these consultations are concluded without them being fully aware. The SHRC or our office has also noted in the past few months an increase in complaints relating to relocations of graves. That aspect was also touched by the University of Limpopo on the spiritual attachments to the land. The further complaints generally linking to the non-implementation of social and labor plans. They will talk of projects which were designed for schools, for instance. Seritarita school came multiple times. The promises made in respect of that school to move, which was also contained in the social and labor plans. We did, however, dug further to understand what could be the issue, but we're gonna hear more from the mine as they come forward as well. Then when we go to Samanco before us is gonna be representing or talking based on two mines, Yaklast and Luala. But the issues that we found when we were on the ground in communities like Ibeng would be non-compensation, wherein the mine secured land which was previously used for plowing. Community members will say that, but we were not compensated. We don't know what's going to happen now, how we're going to now feed our families. They further indicated that as per the social and labor plans, there were talks of repairing access roads by the mines that never materialized. There's even a school, Sirokolo High School, which the mine had indicated that there would be a project, infrastructure project, wherein the mine started, but that was supposed to be completed years back. The project is still ongoing, and they are not sure if it can be completed on time. In Matlopeng, this is a community near Luala mine. The complaint about the mine not using local laborers, where in consultation there were talks and indications that local people will then be employed on skilled and unskilled labor. They further complain about the dangerous hazards that claim their health. With this, they even pinpoint the rights as contained in the Constitution to say, the air that we are breathing, it doesn't really seem like it's healthy. We are constantly getting sick. Although we are lawyers, we won't know, we cannot do tests on the spot to determine if indeed the illnesses are caused, but this is what we get as some of the complaints. Further on Luala, there are issues of noise and dust. It is said to be a big concern. To an extent, you see the dust creating something that looks similar to clouds. When we go further to Bukoni mine along the Ato community, relocations of residents prompted a lot of grievance from the communities. They are also complaining about the assessments done when these relocations are considered. The mine would come and do an assessment of your household and determine as to what type of house will then be built for you. Some of these relocations are prompted by the damages caused by the mine to the houses. So instead of rebuilding a house in the very same homestead, they will then opt to then find an alternative place and then build a house. Scary enough, when we went to visit one complainant, even the house that was built by a mine was also starting to crack. That's where we were earlier talking about the National Building Regulations and Buildings Standards Act, which is usually presented to people who complain about the houses breaking. You are finding a village wherein the customs and the traditions of building a house, they use mud. We cannot use this act knowing very well that that is never applicable in those villages. it's always a concern when they are pointed or referred to this act to say, but it cannot be our fault. In the very same communities, some residents indicate that the social and labor plans talked of water projects, but they don't go into detail as to what projects are they talking about. Is it boreholes or any other available system? But because of these projects not being implemented, they resort to creating their own boreholes. But to their surprise and further grievance, they realize that when they do their boreholes, either they find water contaminated, or they find that there are issues with the water placement underneath. You'll forgive us with not knowing the proper terms. We are lawyers there. There's a water table underneath when you're drilling. There's a certain level, as per their complaints to say, sometimes they find the water contaminated due to nearby mining activities. Then we go to Sifateng, where there is a community, Hamampa. The community still relies on livestock farming. If you look at the positioning of the mine, you'll understand that the mine itself has taken the majority of the old grazing fields as indicated by the complainants. They complain that these grazing lands are now fenced. They don't have access, the animals don't have access to these grazing lands. Even if they attempt to get access to these grazing lands, you find that the land soil is contaminated by mining activities. Their animals eat whatever produce that comes there, and then it will be a calamity after due to the contamination. There are complaints relating to wastewater coming from the mine as well, which then goes to the local streams and contaminate the local rivers or tributaries that are close by. The community members further allege again about the plowing fields, the fact that now they can't really raise their own fields, they can't really plow. They further complain about the non-implementation of social and labor plans. They talk about school projects. They talk about erection of clinics. They talk about water projects as well. Then we move to Lipalale, where we have Exaro operating. In the past, we had complaints from communities around Marapo. They will be talking about, again, non-employment of local laborers after promises during consultations that there will be inclusion of local laborers, non-implementation of social and labor plans, which in certain instances relates or outlines the issues of employment of non-skilled laborers as well. Then there were issues relating to the Pearl sewage system project. This is the information or a complaint which came also and hinted by the municipality to say there were contributions expected from the mine relating to this project. It was connected to another investigation that we're doing relating to wastewater treatment in that area. So you can see the connection of why we have all these stakeholders or all these institutions before us here. We are all connected. That is the summary of the inspections we carried out, and also summary of the complaints that we have been receiving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Monet. May I then give this time to the panel members to give remarks.
Thank you. I think it's important that the report by the Human Rights Commission highlights the inspection as well as the complaints received. And in that analysis, it indicates that there is a disassociation between communities and the businesses, especially the mines that operate in them. There seems to be a gap in respect of the consultation process, the promises made to community members, and implementation thereof. From my side as a commissioner, especially dealing with business and human rights, I often would want to understand what the difficulty is in businesses understanding the role they play in these vulnerable communities. Essentially, what we are receiving is that mining companies do not identify with those communities, and there seems to be a gap. And I hope when the mining communities respond, they can actually address that gap in respect of what we received as the Human Rights Commission, and going forward, what they would like to do to bridge that gap, and perhaps where they need stakeholder engagements, what type of stakeholder engagements they would need. I'm going to then give to the provincial manager for his remarks.
Maybe just to add on what the chairperson have said and the senior legal officer, there is something that I really don't understand. We have a situation where the mining company will say, we have so much in our budget. We want the municipality to construct or to come up with, we want to fund a certain project, and we want to work with the municipality. And then we have a situation in one of the municipality where the company that is mining in that area offered the municipality 25 million to a project that was going to cost plus or minus 150 million. They give them that 25 million rent to construct or for a wastewater treatment plant. Then after receiving the 25 million, the municipality did not do anything for that financial year. Comes the next financial year, the money disappeared. Then the community was up in arms, again protesting. Thereafter, the company said, we still have 125 million for the project, but we are not going to give it to you this time around because the first 25 million disappeared. We want you to appoint the service provider to start everything. We will pay for the construction of that particular project. Guess what? The municipality refused, and they insist that they want money to be paid into their account. So they have to come to our office with that challenge. I must also disclose that while we are sitting here, we have Department of Education in Limpopo sitting with 12 point, they've just confirmed that it's now 17. 12.5 million was paid by Mokalakwena to build a school called Siritarita. They put that money down to the department with the promise that the department will start a process to build a school, because the school that we are talking about, Siritarita Secondary School, is very close to the mine, and when they do blasting, that affects the education process because learners have to be released so that they can give way to the mine to do the blasting. And when they are doing the blasting, the school is also affected, everything is affected. But what is worrying us is that, okay, the mining company have said to the department that, okay, for now we can contribute this for a project to start to build a new school. But the department have not come on board. And the department is not even engaging the mine if they can be allowed to build a school. But what they are being told that it takes long time to build a school. The traditional leader of I think it's Skimming Lily Ruling, the traditional leader of cooperative, they just want the department to say, give us land. Then after being given land, they can start giving out the money. But they are not allowed to build a school on their own as the mining company. The Department of Education must come in. If you remember what triggered the protest in 2015 was the decision by the department to take learners from Siritarita to Paladimwe, which is a bit far from the original school, and parents refused. But they want to be engaged. Then the question that we are asking ourselves, at least we know about the existence of that money from the Department of Education, that this money belongs to this particular mining company and is for the school. And they've just confirmed 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, by the HOD, who agreed that the money is still there from 12 million in 2015-16. Now it's about 17 million with the interest and all those things. So the money is growing. But the violation of the right to education is still existing. Our learners are being taken out of the class to give way for blasting. But the department is there. So those are the questions that maybe is for another day. But we are showing that in other areas there is this cooperation. Mining companies, yes, we can pinpoint fingers. We can point fingers at them and all those things. But there are those mining companies that are sometimes doing the positive to develop their communities, but we have others that are resisting. So when we are sitting here, we must not say mining companies as problem. Not all of them. I'm not saying that they're right, but they are. We do have evidence of positive contribution. So if the government can also clean its house to make sure that monies like this, when it's coming in, it must be used to benefit our people. Why should 25 million disappeared from their municipality, and they even have the audacity to come to the Human Rights Commission and say, you pay that 125, we will do it on our own, we have capacity as the municipality. The mining company said no. I don't want to mention the name of the municipality, but it's one of those municipalities that today the mayor is this one, tomorrow is that one, the day after tomorrow is that one. So it's a bit difficult to follow up and deal with the issue at hand. But we believe that a solution will be found.
I think as the panel members, I cannot ask the senior legal officer to make further remarks because he made the presentation. So thank you very much for this facilitation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We're going to be listening to community members. Again, the chairperson will swear in those that will be coming in. Now we will be having Mr. N.E. Tobejani. You may come to the podium, sir. Commissioner, be ready to take this one through the swearing in. All of them. Okay, the commissioner just advised that I must then call, you can sit over this, also call in Mr. P. Dolo to join in sitting here. Again, call in Mr. R.K. Mutina to also take a seat in front here. Ntate Mutina, kindly sit with Ntate Dolo at the other side. Thank you so much. Commissioner, I'm calling to the podium Mr. N.E. Tobejani now. Please come.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to take an oath or an affirmation?
Either.
All right, let's do the oath. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
So if yes, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, sir.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Elton Tobejani, and I come from Maragalantuambe in Dubatse, Federal Municipality. I'm the chairperson of a grassroots community organization called Sikukune Combined Mining Affected Communities. In brief, the Sikukune Combined Mining Affected Communities, it's a registered grassroots community-based organization, mainly operational in Tubatse, Beggarsford area in Sikukune. We seek to amplify the voices of the community members whose environmental and human rights are affected, directly or indirectly, by mining and mine-related activities through capacity building, training, organizational strengthening, organizing and mobilizing. Now, the information that I'm going to share with you today is as a result of or informed by the supportive role that this organization plays in the mining communities in the area. So, just for information, the organization, in partnership with the Center for Applied Legal Studies based at Wits University and the Amnesty International, conducted a research on social labor plan and impacts of mining, focusing on 3 operations in the area, which is then the Twickenham, owned by Anglo, and Marula, a platinum mine owned by Impala, and also Sefateng, which is also co-owned by Leaded in Limpopo. We released the research report and recommendations, but unfortunately, the regulator, the DMRE, at the time did not want to avail themselves to engage on the report, particularly the findings and the recommendations on the regulatory framework and some mining operations implicated in the report. We recall 0 communication. However, social labor plans, commonly known as SLPs in mining communities, are a mechanism intended to remedy social, environmental, and economic impacts in mining. That is our understanding. The failure to implement and monitor SLP results in these harmful impacts being exacerbated or made worse, not mitigated or remedied, which negatively impacts the enjoyment of human rights by communities, such as the rights to education, access to health care, livelihoods, and water. In addition to the failures by the mines to comply with these social labor plans, the report that we released also found that the DMRE, as a state regulatory body of mining rights and the enforcement of SLPs, failed to adequately regulate mines and carry out its oversight role to ensure the implementation of the very same SLPs in the region. We also found that the DMRE had a poor record management system and hindered access to information, had not given effects to South African Human Rights Commission's directives regarding the access to SLPs, and the DMRE was unable to enforce compliance with SLP reporting obligations, resulting in communities feeling abandoned and unable to enjoy human rights such as rights to education, access to health care, livelihoods, and water, as I said before. Generally, our experience reflects lack of investment in mines lack of investment by mines in projects that can bring a real, for example, community-owned renewables or other sector that can outlast mine. Care and maintenance without broad-based consultation regardless of social impacts. DMRE not really regulating this. Let me give an example. At Twickenham, currently Twickenham is still placed under care and maintenance. And in the beginning when Anglo came to our communities, they promised people jobs as usual. They promised people development, you know. But then, in addition, they also, because people had to make way for the operations to kick off. So people were relocated from one point to another. Now, you will find that even communities at that time, they were using farming as a means of sustaining themselves. But currently what's happening in that area is that communities have stopped because of a number of reasons. One, because the mine has created a sense or an element of dependency in the community. Two is because there's operational infrastructure that cut across the plowing fields. Now, that then means that now the communities in Twickenham, and this is not happening only in Twickenham, now are not able to go back and do what they used to do, plow crops and so on and so forth. But at the same time, the mine is not operational, which means it cannot be able to hire local people. The mine is placed under care maintenance without broad-based consultations with the people that are affected by its operation. As we speak today, we have been protesting at DMR, protesting at Anglo, trying to engage with Anglo at head office, but without no success. When you get to the DMRE, what happens is that they tell you that they are conducting an assessment, and they will come back to you. When you follow up, they tell you to write an email. When they said that, no, they will tell you the outcome of the assessment. They now tell you that you must write them an email. You know, it really doesn't make sense. I cannot come to you and as a regulator and say, I'm complaining about these particular operations doing this to communities, taking over land that belongs to communities. There's a large deposit of minerals underneath, and we are not able to sustain ourselves because of what they've started. Now they are not able to continue mining, of which then will create, or we believe that to some extent will create employment opportunity to our people. So that's the failure of the regulator on the other side. Now the third one is problems with engagement forums, including sidelining of independent environmental justice community organizations. So with what happens is that, and I've seen this in quite a number of operations. I've seen it in Bukoni, I've seen it in Twickenham, I've seen it in Marula, I've seen it also even in Modikwa. What happened is that they draft as an operation, as a mine, as a company, they draft TORs, you know, terms of reference, and they take these terms of reference and pose it into communities. They conduct elections, and then people then represent the entire community affected by the operations. What happens is that people like me who has some knowledge around rights of people then don't want to be represented by that particular structure, you know, that has been initiated by the operation. Want to be afforded that opportunity to represent ourselves and the people that I represent during negotiations with these mines. Now, what happens is that they use the very same engagement forums to block communities from accessing these mines, you know. And I can tell you, for example, in an instance of relocated communities, I don't want to name them, but relocated communities, because this engagement forum does not have expertise on relocation issues. Therefore, these relocated communities, they feel that they are now being hard done by the very same people that don't have this knowledge around issues of relocations and cannot in any way be able to deal with these issues emanating from these resettlements. And the other one is the water used by the mines and the contradiction between the mines' ability to obtain water for own needs and claim that have no power to assist communities in accessing water. This is now happening almost everywhere. I've been to Mokopane and I can tell you that this is the problem as well. And in Sikukune, in the Steelport area, this is the problem. If you climb over the mountain in Steelport, there's water that is used to flow as a spring water. People used to go there and draw water from the spring water. But currently what's happening is that the spring is dry, you know. The mining operations in the area are not able to provide these communities with water. What is happening in Skukun is that there is a Dehoop Dam. And now currently what is happening with the Dehoop Dam is that we as residents of the area do not have access to the water from the Dehoop Dam. But the mining companies are using the very same water for their own operations. At the same time, they are also polluting water underground. You know, when we drill water, because we used to rely on water resources like rivers and also drill water, when we drill water, it's either you will find that the water that you drill is polluted or the water is dry, because the water normally when there's mine, they discharge water to surface from underground. So like I said, I'm running an organization. We have people that we work with in almost every community in the region affected by mining, starting all the way from Boazendal to Bukoni. Well, in Luala, and I believe Luala is then owned or operated by Samanco. The people that are affected by Samanco, I think there's 5 families or households that came to us and said, but Sismek, we need assistance with Luala. Luala is operating not even more than 500 meters away from our households. And we are refusing the offer from Luala of being compensated 800 rand per month for blasting. Others have accepted this because they don't have information, but we as 5 families, we are refusing this. But regardless, Luala is continuing with blasting, which then result in our houses being cracked. And I remember receiving photographs of one family of which then the house then cracked to a point that it collapsed. They had to move out of the area and go and find a place to stay somewhere else. Now, the problem with this, the challenge with these 5 families is this. They are not resisting mining in the area, not in any way. What they are asking Luala to do is to move them away from the area, because to them it's not livable. It's dangerous to their lives. They want Samanco to take responsibility of relocating them from this Madikani area, which is more closer to the operation, to another place. And I think that they are not fighting each other. They are still in deadlock even when I talk today. Now, in addition to the house cracks as a result of blasting, they are also complaining about the amount of dust that is created by the trucks that are moving up and down there, because whatever is happening there is happening too close to them. And the amount of noise, of which then even disturbed learners from studying in the area. So those are some of the things that they're complaining about. Now, I'm not sure what is it that Luala is trying to do, because what we have done as an organization is to get in touch, to get them in touch with an attorney, to try and assist them, you know, because we really didn't want to get involved into the dynamics of that particular community, but we could see that there's a definite human rights violation taking place here. Now, with Luala again, our understanding as an organization is that Luala wants to expand into other farms. For instance, the Sebiton farm. This is the farm where I come from, and I reside. They want to expand to that farm. Now, the problem is the approach. They want to consult only with traditional leadership, which by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong at all with consulting with traditional leadership. The challenge is when they want to limit that to traditional leadership. Our understanding is that the consultation then they should be broad-based. You know, you can consult with traditional leadership is fine, but at the same time you must come to people that are going to be affected by your expansion. You know, which are residents of the farms that you want to expand into. But currently that's not happening. That has never happened. You know, Marula Platinum Mine. We as an organization acknowledge that Marula is the biggest mining employer in the area now. However, that does not give them a license to operate with impunity. The mine is what has been reported to us is that it's discharging the contaminated water into the river streams where livestock is drinking water and grazing. This has resulted in mass death of livestock. The owners and the herders have complained without anyone resolving the matter and compensating them for the loss. This is happening in Marula. This has happened in Twickenham, and it's continuing to happen in Twickenham. I know for a fact because I'm living there. We as an organization have also tried to engage with Marula recently, but herders before coming here, they told me that there is no progress. You know, everything that has been agreed in the meeting has not yet been implemented. You know. Now quickly moving to Anglo American Platinum, the Twickenham operation. This company relocated a community to make way for its mining operations. Now, these communities are currently experiencing challenges ranging from benefits, houses, roof leakages, and inconveniently having to renovate these houses from time to time, and the lack of consultation in relation to SLPs and many others. Now, this company is alleged to have grabbed land or pieces of land belonging to the community. We also try to engage with Anglo on this land grabbing issue at Ramakgopa village, which is next to their Twickenham shaft. They've built a ventilator into somebody else's farm. Now those people now, because they could see that now the mine has been placed under care maintenance, there's no feedback, there's no reporting. It doesn't look like the mine is going to open anytime soon. Now they want to use the land now for plowing so that they can at least sustain themselves. We have tried to escalate this issue to Anglo, but unfortunately we didn't get anywhere on this particular matter. Now, the sad thing is that the company now has taken an offensive position or strategy and employed intimidatory tactics in that whoever protests and demand engagement at the mine is arrested. You know, they don't arrest you, but the question now is who arrests you, you know? Because now the company is the one that goes and open a bank account. It's not a bank account, a criminal case. Now, literally, it's the company that initiates that these communities that are protesting then get arrested. You know, why are they now taking this offensive position? Is because they cannot really resolve the issues that these communities are complaining about. I can tell you about the relocated community of Mogobading. I remember 5 elders, the pensioners, went there demanding engagement because they have been demanding engagement ever since, and nobody's coming to address them. Now they decided that now they are going to stand at the gate and up until somebody's coming to address them. You know, guess what happens now? A case was opened and they said that no, the elders were now blocking the gate, you know, but they were demanding engagement. There's no any other thing that they can do, you know. They've tried with lawyers, they move from one point to another and disappear, things like that. Now they resolve or they resort into go and stand at the gate. You know, it's not necessary to block the gate, but to stand there to say, if you don't resolve my issues, then you would rather hit me with your car, you know. I'm prepared for that. So those people were elders, spent 2 weeks in jail. I had to organize an attorney to go and apply bail for them, of which they were then ultimately released. You know, it's a very shameful thing. I've tried to escalate this matter to Anglo, but unfortunately, it was as usual. Lastly, Bokoni Platinum Mine. I'm not residing there, but we have got people that are working with us who are members of the communities, who are also members of the host community of Munamedzi in Bokoni. They have told me to say this. One is that they've got issues with the community trust, of which these trusts are then developed in terms of Section 100 of the MPRDA. They've got an issue with community trusts that are administered by traditional leaders, not benefiting the directly affected communities. Secondly, a lack of employment opportunities for the directly affected communities. Thirdly, a lack of infrastructure development within the community affected by mining. Lastly, mining companies want to engage with traditional leaders only instead of interested in affected parties as well. Thank you for the opportunity. Can I sit?
Thank you so much, and Tate Tobejani. I'll then hand over to the chairperson again for the questioning.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to start with the senior legal officer. Thereafter, then we'll go to the provincial manager, then we'll end with myself. Then you'll be given an opportunity to respond to our questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a question. The aftermath of the arrests, as you indicated, that the mines will normally report to the police and open a case. How are these matters finalized? You mentioned that to an extent some people do get arrested, but well, how are they finalized in court? Just want to get an understanding on that aspect.
Thank you very much. Maybe mine is just to look at the allegations, the allegation that you have made regarding the Du Hoop Dam, you are saying, or you have alleged that, even if it's correct, I will treat that as allegations, right? That the water from the Hoop Dam is, I mean, mining companies are using water from the Hoop Dam, but communities are not accessing water. Community members or the villages around that area are not accessing water. And you are also alleging that one of the spring water got dry and all those things. And you are also alleging that the underground water is contaminated. But you didn't put it clearly as to whether that can be attributed to the mining company. And also the issue of communities not accessing water. Is that solely the responsibility of the mine, or can we really blame the mine for when communities are not accessing water, or is constitutional is the responsibility of the government? I just want to understand whether you are attributing that blame to the mining companies. The issue, I didn't get exactly what the problem is. You have indicated that there is a trust from Bokoni that is administered by the traditional leaders. You just indicated that you have a problem, but I didn't get what the problem is. Yeah, maybe you can just elaborate a little bit more, because if it's being administered by the traditional leader for the benefit of their communities, I don't see any problem, unless otherwise there's allegation of maladministration or corruption or something like that. But if it's just administration for the benefit of their subjects, I don't see any problem from that. But I just want to understand, maybe you just left the statement open-ended in such a way that I don't know whether you're saying that there's something wrong with that or not. Can you just maybe share with us?
Mr. Tobijane, thank you for your presentation. It was actually quite in-depth and covered a number of mining communities. My questions starts with this. You know, when you were speaking in your presentation, you noted some of the acts of the mine, but you also mentioned traditional leadership. Can you comment on the role of traditional leadership in these communities and the role that they played in facilitating the relationship between the mining companies and the communities? And I think it aligns itself with the statement by the provincial manager that states that in respect of water provision, is that responsibility solely the responsibility of the mining communities? In respect of water contamination, is that solely the fault of the mining communities? In respect of the consultation process, you mentioned that consultation was done in some instances with the traditional leaders, but was not expanded to the residents who are going to then be affected. Do you think that in terms of the public participation, what can be done to improve it? Just touch on that and your experience. The other aspect is that you spoke about, there's a gap that you mentioned that the body that needs to regulate, or the department that needs to regulate these mining companies in the communities, has failed to do and has failed to communicate with yourselves. Outside protesting, what has your organization done to ensure that compliance, or to ensure that we hold that specific department accountable for its failures? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let me start from the very last question. Well, as an organization, like I said, we do capacity building in communities. We do train these communities about the social labor plan. You'll find that majority of them does not even know what the social labor plan is to start with. And we take them through everything to a point that they get to understand that actually these plans are public document. They shouldn't struggle to get those documents. That's the starting point. Now, what we also do, we do monitoring. We have a group of about 40 community monitors that then we try to get hold of SLP copies, and then we go through those SLP copies. We go to communities and check if indeed these commitments then were then implemented. And that's how we then do monitoring. If we find, like in the case of Marula and Twickenham, that they are outstanding projects, then we try to engage with them. We reach out to them and say, our reason for reaching out to you is 1, 2, and 3. And we see if they cannot commit, especially timelines on when to fulfill those commitments. Now with the DMR, it's very tricky, it's very difficult. You know, I don't want to point fingers because I don't have any evidence. Yeah, but really, we wanted to work on the basis of trust with them, but I can tell you that trust is fading now with the DMR. If you write them an email, they barely respond to an email. And hence we are working with partners who are based far away from where we are. They can only rely on communications such as emails. And if you as a regulator don't respond to emails, then the only option left then is for us that are even nearer to where they are, then we could come into the offices and start initiating those talks. But even though we try to do that, they not come to the party. You know, they just left now. I saw them. They were here. They know that they referred me to the emails to say, go and write an email, while I was seeking a feedback from them. You know, so it's extremely difficult. Quickly moving to water issues. We never had problems with water. We always had water resources, you know. Like I mentioned, rivers and springs, you know. Where I come from, we used to have spring water. There is no spring water today, you know. And you remember that spring water is used for practices as well, spiritual practices as well. You know, it doesn't only affect those who are consuming water or are drinking water. It also affects those who are using it for spiritual purposes as well, you know. So today we don't have spring waters. Why? Because they are mining companies that are working underground, you know, and then they're also discharging the very same water that should come out as a spring water, you know, as a now contaminated water to the streams. Now, if you find a community where dependent on river as a resource for water and dependent on a spring water coming from a mountain, and then you do your operations, as a result, there's no more water, and you discharge contaminated water into the river, are you not liable to ensure that communities that used to depend on those resources, now you are able to provide water for them? I think that's a very straightforward question. The other thing is that the elders and the comrades who were arrested, they were not arrested because the intention was to find them guilty of anything. They are not guilty in any way. Everybody knows, you know. You can't be guilty of demanding engagement when you are sitting in a roof that is falling apart, a house that has been built by the very same mining company. There is no guilt there, you know. So these people are just being charged to intimidate them, you know, to say you can't come to our gate and demand engagement, you know. When they write emails to them, SMSs to them, laying complaints, nobody attends to those, you know. What we see is a divide and rule in mining communities. You'll find there's a grouping that actually the mines then communicates with and against the other grouping, you know. So this is what now is prevailing in mining communities. Yeah, those cases are still there even today. They still attend cases up until now the cases are thrown out of court. But the sad part is that human beings end up going to jail unfairly, you know. And even to make things worse, even elders, pensioners, you know, end up in jail because they want, they demand engagement with the mining operation. I don't know if I covered all the questions, but I.
Oh, thank you. I just want to make, I forgot to request a comment, or just to, if you can maybe advise us. You are saying that for blasting, the mine, I think it's one of them, Luala, is paying the community members. I'm not sure there's Luala or there's another one. But they are paying them 800 Rand per month for blasting. I just want to know, how is that related to blasting, the payment and all those things? What is that for? The amount, that money for? Blasting, paying?
Yeah, I think someone will have to respond to that. but I have records to prove that. You know, I don't reside in the area. That's the first thing. The second thing, we relied more second-hand information. You know, but what I understood is that because now Luala is operating too close to these households, for them to blast it means that people need to be evacuated, you know, be moved, you know, things like that. Now, it becomes very difficult for them to blast while people are in their homes. That's one thing. Second thing, they need a permission to do that so that they don't be liable or held liable for the damages. Like I've given an example of, I think it's Manyaka family, that has to move because the house has collapsed. Now, as they were negotiating, now Samanco offered a sum of about 800 Rand per month, you know, to these people that are closer to their operations. I was told that some have accepted to this offer, but these 5 families have rejected this offer, you know.
And but the challenge that I'm having is that when there is a blasting, people will be removed. Maybe with, because of the fear that maybe the structure that their houses might collapse and that might cause death or whatever. But after the blasting, these families have to return to the same structure that they've been removed from when the blasting is taking place. The question is, to your understanding, was there any proper engagement with proper advice to the community members? Or have you ever tried to engage the community, maybe to look at finding a permanent solution instead of just evacuating our people? I can't imagine the inconvenience that that particular process can cause. Yeah, regardless of whether the blasting is permitted or whether it's allowed and all those things, but where there is a threat to life, I can't imagine if the mining is blasting where maybe you have bedridden patients in your house, or you have people who cannot walk, or people who are disabled who cannot go out, then they are all being removed. Have you ever tried to check if these families who are being removed from those houses are able to walk on their own and move out of their place, and whether that amount of money being paid, is it paid per individual or per family? Do you get my question? Whether it's, for example, if we are a family, each and every one of us should get 800 Rand, or the 800 Rand, whether we are 10 or 20, it will come to this particular household. What is the approach? How is the mine paying that amount?
I guess, because I wasn't there, but my understanding is that the mines then engages with the community, you know. And then that's why then they then are able to get the buy-in from some of the communities, you know. The extent of the damage, I'm not really sure about, you know. Whether those who are paid that amount, what happened then afterwards, you know, that I can't tell. I'm sure someone will be able to tell that story, you know. And I think people who refused or rejected the proposal of that amount will be able to tell the story, you know. They told me actually when I was in Joburg that the South African Human Rights Commission came there, you know, and I guess you were there just to get some information about they applied. Yeah, but really Samanko will be best to explain what this money is about, is for, you know, and why they continue to blast and operate while they haven't really agreed with everybody, you know, affected by their especially blasting.
So I just, you know, just your response, you have not actually touched on the issue of the role of traditional leaders in that gap between mining companies and the communities that they operate in. I see that my senior legal officer has a question, then you can just answer those and then we can just wrap up on that basis.
Maybe it ties in with what the chair has indicated, the aspect of the community trust, right? You did indicate that there is a community trust in certain mining communities, and there are grievances in respect of that. Money, I'm assuming money gets deposited there. Maybe in your response to that query, touch on the grievance. To what extent is the grievance from your representation? I thought I understood you when you were on the podium. You had indicated that money gets deposited or whatever transaction goes in, but only traditional leaders have access. And I don't know if that is the non-disclosure or that limitation, the transparency that you have or your institution has an issue with. Just elaborate on that.
Okay. The role of traditional leaders is not clear, you know, but my understanding is that in relation to land issues, the just a custodian for administration purposes, you know, in relation to land. Now, where I think they're getting it wrong, and I must state this, that I'm pro-traditional as well, because I come from traditional family as well. So, but where I think they're getting it wrong is to think that they've got power to take decisions on behalf of the entire community, you know. People may be residing in your land, but does not mean that they are your subject. All of them are your subject as a traditional leader, you know. I may be sitting here but being allegiance to another traditional leader. That's possible, and it's happening in our area, you know. So it can be correct that whenever the mining company consult with you, you take that as a way of scoring deals and also deciding on behalf of the community. What traditional leaders must actually do, in my view, is that they should then redirect this mining company to say, I'm only a custodian, a land custodian for my people. What you need to do, you need to go back to these people and consult with them, because at the end of they are the ones that are going to be affected by whatever you want to do. In the case of Samanko against the landowners in my village, what we have seen, we just saw mining trucks coming into the village, invading our plowing fields. We contacted the Queen Mother at the time and say, what are they doing at our plowing fields? She said there was a misunderstanding, you know. When we checked with the people that were invading the land, they said, no, you must check with your Queen Mother, you know. You know, it just tells you where the problem is, you know. The problem is our traditional leaders think that they can make decisions on behalf of the broader community, which is incorrect, you know. The community trust. Now, you know, these special purpose vehicles are established in terms of Section 100, you know, because this community trust then holds a certain percentage in shares in these companies. And then, therefore, the dividends thereof needs to then benefit the beneficiaries, you know. What happens, as an organization, we are currently busy with a community trust administration research assisted by University of Cape Town. We are just doing effect verifications now. We are nearly done. You know, but I can tell you all the way from Steelport, in Modikwa, in Marula, in Twickenham, in Bukoni, the problem is the same. It's the same is because our traditional leadership is involved in administering these trusts, you know. And the trustees then are not able to say no to them, even when things go wrong, you know. So the issue that the Bukoni people have raised now with me before I come here, they said they've got an issue with this community trust to be administered by traditional leadership and not benefiting the communities, you know.
Thank you so much. You raised other issues that I think panel members would want to further elaborate on, but I see my facilitators looking at me and saying, let's respect time. I think what I will then allow is that some of the questions that we have will then, in respect of the presentations from the next representative from the communities, we'll take it up with them. Thank you so much, Nata Tabejane. I think you will be excused. If you have any last remarks, you can make them, and then we allow the next person to come into the podium.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Of course, time it's not good now, Ntate Dolo, but you still have your full time. Yes.
So would you like to take an oath or an affirmation?
Yes.
Okay. Which one? Are you going to take the oath?
The oath.
All right. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is to the best of your knowledge and belief, the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, sir.
Thank you. My name is Philippos Dolo. I'm from Mogalakwana Injustice Network in the Mapela area in Ramolekana village, which is a doorstep community of Anglo-Mogalakwana Platinum Mine. We are working with faith leaders from Ramolekana village, the Mapela People's Forum, and the local farmers, both women who are plowing and general farmers who are dealing with stock. My presentation is not formal because as activists we are just writing down and addressing. We are not using these laptops. But I'm going to start with the background of Anglo Platinum. They came in our area in 1926 during the darkest era of colonization. They supplemented that with their 1993 lease agreement, which involves the following farms: Falkop Farm, Blankwater, Overrazels, Zwartfontein and Gezond and more farms. In Falkop farm, in Ramulekana, where I come from, they don't have a lease. Because the lease which they have, it was concluded in 1993 during apartheid era. We are aware that a law firm of Richard Spoor has been commissioned to work on the direct lease with the community of Ramulekana, but it's not yet final. Meaning, in terms of interim protection of Informal Land Right Act, Anglo is illegal in that farm.
Mr. Dolo, you're so passionate, but the way you're speaking, you are speeding through it, and I want the audience to capture your
When
valid
I was
information.
in the UK, warning the BBC journalist, I said I am faster than the flight. Meaning that people must just make sure that they follow, because we don't have time. I was saying, in Falkop farm, where I am coming from, where the community of Ramulekana is residing, Anglo, in terms of interim protection of Informal Land Right Act, is illegal because they don't have a lease. We appreciate the lease at Sterkwater, where the communities of Rapil has been relocated to. We appreciate the lease at Armude and Rooibokfontein, where the people of Mochocho has been resettled to. We acknowledge the lease of Blankwater at Sukuruwe. And we are saying the lease of Ramulekana must come to the finality for the sole benefit of the community of Ramulekana. We are saying, in this instance, the role of leadership, traditional leadership, is not clear in terms of the Local Government and the Traditional Leadership Framework Act. Because our traditional leaders, the junior and senior, are programmed by the agent from Anglo Platinum at Mogalakwena Mine. To an extent, the whole Mapela is divided. We have two senior traditional leaders. In each and every village, you can go to Sukuruwe, Ramulekana, Armude, Rooibok, 2, 3 in donors. And we are saying these divisions were caused by Anglo Platinum. Because before the mine came into the Mapela area, the Mapela communities were not divided. And for that, we are lamenting to Anglo Platinum not to divide our communities in South Africa, in SADC, and the whole world. Because even in Philippines, where Anglo Gold Ashanti is mining, similar things are happening. In Zambia, where they're mining salt and others, similar things are happening. And we are saying, we don't want these things to promote, terrorist groups like ISIS in Mozambique, and the M23 in DRC, and those others in Nigeria like Boko Haram. Anglo can attest to you that recently we had a lot of shootings at Mogalakwena mine at night. Even their trucks were unable to transport the crushed ore to Polokwane smelter, or neither the platinum to Baobab around Leboago. And we believe even the police are aware of these things. There are a lot of assassination in Mogalakwena and Mapela. Let me cite the following examples. Khoshikekana in the Mokopane area is being assassinated, and it's because of the mining activities, even though it's not Anglo Platinum, but Platrif. The indona at Samahanzi, who was very critical against Platrif, was assassinated in Gauteng. Ramasobane at Old Mochocho, who was refusing to pave a way for Anglo Platinum, he disappeared. Even today, nobody is willing to carry the responsibility. But we are pointing our finger to Anglo Platinum because he was refusing to pave a way for Anglo Platinum. McDonald Pila, when the community of Rapila was relocated, he was assassinated. And the police are aware of these things. Beside the killing of Lakala, beside the killing of, Pete Pali, beside the killing of Falteni, beside the killing of Ralph Kanyane, because those killings are now related to the activities in the corrupt municipality of Mogalakwena municipality. We are very worried. We are not anti-mining, but we are very worried if community activists, when they stood up and voiced out their voices, and then they are facing now the mighty of assassinations, threat, and other things. In Ramulekana, the farm was affected by the construction of tailings facility storage, the power lines, pipelines, the concentrators, and so forth. Now, for the past 25 years, their tailing was badly polluting, meaning the people of Ramulekana were facing air pollution for the past 25 years. We are saying the engineering structural material which was applied for the past 25 years on the construction of the tailings dam is not in line with today's standard on climate change and global warming. And for that, Anglo must remove that tailings dam. And if you ask me where to take it to your rich brothers in Europe. Take it to your rich brothers in Europe. Because we are saying, 7 years back, we all witnessed a tailing failure in Southern America. In 2008, the same tailing at Falco tailings facility, it failed into one of the rivers, Motosane River. Today, on the 2nd of May, again, it failed into one of the river, Polochi River. I invite everybody here to go to Ramulekana village, go to the river and check the spillage, which is full inside the river. Our cattle or domestic animals have already tampered with the contaminated water, and the cattle are dying now. We wrote to Greg Miller, their CEO, informing him about the incident. They came with their vet, but nothing has been done to the animals in the village. The reason why we are saying that tailing must be removed is because it is exposed to the following deadly chemicals. 1 is SIBX, 2 is collector, 3 is flocculant, 4 is depressant, 5 is promoter, 6 is fronter. All these chemicals are deadly. And how bad or deadly they are, we believe Anglo can give the better explanation than us, because they're the one who are applying this on their concentrators. Mining is informed by policy framework. Some colleagues earlier mentioned MPRDA, Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act. I mentioned IPILRA, Interim Protection of Informal Land Right Act, the National Environmental Management Act, the South African Water Act, the South African Heritage Resource Agency Act, POPIA, and PAIA. When you require information from the mining houses or DMRE, they will use one of these laws, Protection of Personal Information Act. And then we are saying, no, the Promotion on Access to Information Act. Now we have a conflict of the two pieces of laws on acquiring information. Not sure if we should go to Constitutional Court and challenge the legality, constitutionality, and others in terms of this laws. We are not saying we must litigate because we are not anti-mining. We are not saying we must litigate Anglo and other mining houses because they are litigating our communities, they are litigating our activists on their ancestral land. It's not our intention to litigate, but we have ability and capacity to litigate any mining house or any mining company if it's acting out of the South African laws, because we are saying the rule of law in this country is supreme. Anglo is not above the law. Samanco is not above the law. Platriv is not above the law. Or any mining company in this country, including the president, they are not above the law. And therefore, we must respect the rule of law. We must not contaminate our water. We must not contaminate our environment, because the National Environmental Management Act is protecting our environmental rights. We must not contaminate underground and surface water, because the South African Water Act, Section 27 of Bill of Rights, are protecting our water rights, both surface and underground. But in the Mapela area already, because before Anglo came, the water was fine. We never had any problem with water, but after Anglo came, the water is contaminated. It's rich with nitrates elements, with sub-elements now. Nitrogen elements with sub-elements below is nitrates and high level of sulfate. And we don't want to share the symptoms of this nitrogen elements into our water system are bad. To an extent, Anglo, the Mogalakwena municipality, the Department of Water Affairs, the Mapela Traditional Councils, they commissioned Holco Water to give a provision of water in the Mapela area. Holco Water is pumping a poisoned water, is giving the people of Mapela a poisoned water, this contaminated water. And there are those who are water service management who can treat nitrates out of the water, but Anglo is not giving a damn whether the nitrates is being treated out of the water before it can be provisioned to the people of Mapela. Many people, especially elderly people, are sick, and we are calling on Human Rights Commission to persuade the Department of Health to bring the doctors in Ramulekana to start checking our people, the effect of these deadly chemicals and on air pollution and also on water contamination, because we anticipate that our people have been are being deadly affected by consuming this water and inhaling the dust for the past 25 years. The Anglo's tailings dam is just 10 meters away from Ramulekana village. Not sure if MPRDA is allowing any mining activity to take place within 10 meters next to residential areas. The traditional leaders in the Mapela are not informed. They are just being taken from pillar to post because mining companies are dangling monies to them. For example, they've given the chief of Mapela, Khoshi Hans Masevi, 205 million. We know about the trust at Blankwater, we know about the trust at Armude, we know about the trust at Rooibokfontein, we know about the trust at Sterkwater, because those communities directly Anglo touched their land. But the Ramulekana trust is not yet final. And it should be final. Now, giving Khoshi Hans Masebe the 205 million to him means that anyone who can come to the Marope or Mapela Traditional Council asking for anything, like for example, Ndate Victor was indicating how we undermined the Zamazamas while they were still in Gauteng, but today they are in Limpopo. Now, one local person wanted to, actually he lodged an application with DMRE for sand mining. Now, when they will respond to you in terms of the submission for EMP and consultation processes, when you go to Marope, to the Mapela Traditional Council, consulting with them for another activity of sand mining. They will tell you to go to Anglo Platinum. And when you ask, they will tell you that no, by virtue of having the lease with Anglo Platinum, we don't have authority over our land. I said, it's unacceptable. I said it's unacceptable until they agree with me. The lease does not mean the taking over of our land. The lease does not mean you have taken over our land. Now, the SLP and CSR, if I invite you to come to Ramolekana, you will find a community hall which is still on construction for 10 years. For 10 years by Anglo Platinum as part of social and labor plan. If I invite you to come to Ramolekana, you will find what they call Ramolekana Mechanical Hub. It's 5 years, it's not working, it's white elephant. If I invite you to come to Ramolekana to check the 4 boreholes which they have drilled, which are now wild animals because the water is contaminated, you will shock. We told them to taste the water and bring the result. They are refusing to give us the result. They know that the water is contaminated, and those boreholes are now wild elephant. Everything which Anglo is claiming that they are doing in Ramolekana in particular, not the whole Mapela, is not working. And I invite everyone, even the representatives from the office of Greg Millet, the CEO of Anglo Plat, to come down to Ramolekana and witness so that they can attest when going back to Greg Millet about my claims today in this meeting or inquiry. The CSR, we are just reading it here, talking it here. There's nothing happening there. I said, they took the plowing field and the grazing land. And what they did, they paid for the millie field, 19,500 once off. I think it happened 4 years, 5 years. But we are saying, those people were plowing annually, harvesting. You took over their land. You have given them the 19,500 once off, but annually you are making a profit of 30 billion. Annually, you, Anglo, you are making a profit of 30 billion. We are saying it's not justifiable. You cannot take a land of a person where he was plowing annually, harvesting, and you give him or her once off, but you continue profiting 30 billion annually. Go and revisit your decision. Because we are saying, give them monies annually as they were plowing annually. We are also saying return the grazing land and the plowing field so that they will be able to continue plowing. So I know my time is limited, but then let me finish here. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please continue with the questions.
Thank you so much. I think I would like to start by saying that we note your submissions and you're very passionate and you're, as you say, a fast-speaking activist. I'm just going to then start with the senior legal officer, the provincial manager, and then we'll close off with myself. Then you will have an opportunity to answer those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dolo, just a quick question. You were very assertive when you were talking about the contaminants, the pollutants. You also mentioned the issue of nitrates. Just wanted to get an understanding if there was any scientific or testing that maybe you and your institution maybe may have done in the past, just to get that confirmation that indeed the pollutants are here, and this is why now you are standing before the commission to say you are sure this is what the findings.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Mr. Dolo, for your inputs. I'm just happy sitting here hearing you that when you said we are not against the mining, it just confirmed what I've said when we started, that we need each other. The challenge might be how do we make sure that we work with each other to create jobs, to develop our community, to ensure that the business and the community, or the business and human rights coexist. Because in no ways that we can just be happy with the business making profit while the human rights are not being respected. It can't be that way. So, yes, I understand, but you have mentioned a lot of issues, but maybe the issue that the community of Amlekan is facing, you are saying that they must also have the agreement, the lease agreement must also be signed. And with other communities, I think we have 31 villages in Mapila, if I'm not mistaken. Is it only Amlekan where there's no lease agreement, or that we also have other villages that have not signed lease agreement? But you also indicated that there are certain things that you have mentioned, saying that Anglo Platinum must stop this, must stop this, must stop this, must stop this. Is there any mechanism from your side, instead of having a list of demands, then do you have any mechanism that you can also suggest that this is how we can work with each other, the community and the mining company? Because you indicated that you are not against the mining, but you have issues. Then can you also maybe our engagement, I'm not sure, but our engagement might go beyond this regarding the issues that you have raised during the hearing, because obviously we will have to go for recommendation, and also there might be follow-up and all those things. But all what we have said, I understand. We have our own. We have conducted our own investigation in the area, but I believe that maybe Anglo, because they are also part of this hearing, might respond to some of these allegations. But the intention is, the question that I'm asking from your side, what do you think we can do to accommodate all what you have said? Obviously, we don't need to be another a country that you have mentioned during your submission. We really want to find a solution. And what, from your side, maybe to avoid the role of armchair critics, can you propose something that you can say, I think this can be resolved this way?
Thank you so much. I just want to then also add on to what the provincial manager has said in respect of when you are answering that question about the proposed solutions you'd want to see looking forward with the engagements between mining communities and the mining houses. Is please, when you're answering that, please provide what you would want to see from the mining houses, what you'd want to see from traditional leaders, what you'd want to see from stakeholders, especially from the regulatory body. I think when you're making a lot of your averments and allegations, you made a number of strong pointed allegations directed to the mining company. Do you have evidence of those allegations? And if you do, are you willing to share those with the Human Rights Commission in order for us to just view them from a scientific and objective point? Thank you so much.
Advocate, to answer your question on the supporting documents for the water contamination, we commissioned Karen Bosman. She's a water analyst. She's a former DG from Department of Water Affairs, to go and take water sample in 10 different areas at Mogalakwen and Dubatse. And on the first submission of our complaint form, there's an attachment. There's an attachment which is giving the details of the outcomes on water sampling taking. And I believe there by your office you have a copy. And not sure about other participants who are present here. Maybe they will liaise with your office to get the copy. Now, in terms of communities which must finalize the list, remember the lists are informed by Interim Protection of Informal Land Right Act. Now, all communities in the Mapela area where Anglo have touched their soil, except Ramulekana, they have the list. It's Ramulekana. Other communities are going to be affected, 13 villages are going to be affected by Sibanye, which took over from former loanmen in two farms, Muartkopi and Zwartfontein. The remaining villages of Mashateng, Tanesane, Machoulelaka Chokwe, to Machogo, Mawela, Ramurulan are going to be affected by another giant called Venmach, Vanadium and Magnetic Company. Now they are at Hazont, Mozambique Drift Farm, Hazont Farm, Mozambique Drift Farm, Moreland Dry, and Commando Drift Farm. Now, they are busy as of now. There's a huge plant for this company. They have not yet started. And they were addressing the issue of relocations. As you might be aware that graves are being relocated. They are also addressing the issue of the mill fields. From there, we hope they will take our advice as we advise them to directly have 4 different lists within the 4 farms. Not sure, the process is still ongoing. But then there is another giant in Buckenberg. I didn't mention about this giant called Pamish Mining, which also intend to mine in 16 villages of the Buckenberg area, like Platreef in the Mokopane area, like Royal Granite in Leiden, one of the villages there, or Royal Granite in Malokong and River. So there are many mines. You can even go to Ramatala, Laport, around Likuren. Problems are generic in terms of land, environment, water, biodiversity, ecological system. Because like at Mogalakwena, what is happening? We are witnessing Anglo acting against their own policies on biodiversity and ecological system. Now, to give you a direct answer, the only village with Anglo Platinum is Ramulekana. Now, in terms of trying to analyze how best can we take these matters forward. I will always refer you what we have submitted to the South African Human Rights Commission. We have 2 cases. On the first case, per directive of your complainant form, there's an outcome which we have suggested to the South African Human Rights Commission. In brief, we don't agree with the mining companies to take our communities to the hotels for the meetings, because that's where corruption is taking place. Because I said we are working with faith leaders, we agreed with Waruti in our village that activism must take place in churches in Ramulekana. And that's what we have communicated it to Anglo Platinum after Great Miller instructed them to come and engage with us in the village. But they are failing the mandate of the CEO. On the mapping out of the stakeholders, obviously traditional leadership, the local municipality, the mining houses, NGOs and social movement, including village development committees, must be part of this engagement. Because it must be inclusive. The more it's inclusive, the more it will address many challenges at a time. Not forgetting the Department of DMRE, the Department of Environmental Affairs, Land Affairs, Water Affairs, and COXTA, including the Economic Department. Because there are matters in relation to how they are promoting a local economy, which I have not even touched on them, but are having their own challenges. Because if you go to Ramulekana, they will tell you that we are not working. Rather, we witness foreign nationals working there, and foreign nationals. You can check the chief geologist at Mogalakwena, it's Trust Mozondo from Zimbabwe. You can check other engineers, Omega from Zimbabwe. But the South Africans are not working. Even the contractors are from Zimbabwe, on our own land. And if you want us to vanish you with the list of companies working there by Mogalakwena coming from Zimbabwe, we will do that with a pleasure. Now, if you go on the second complaint, there are also outcomes which we have suggested to guide the process going forward. And maybe I must not go through them, rather be guided by the commission in terms of how do they view what we have anticipated on the outcomes of the complaints which we have lodged with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation as well as your engagement with the questions. I don't know if the panel members have any further questions or engagements in respect of how you answered, but in respect of how where the Human Rights Commission is regarding your complaints, the senior legal officer and the provincial manager will then. Yeah? Oh, I see the provincial manager has a question, just one.
Mr. Dolo, you raised a lot of issues regarding the compliance, alleging that there is no compliance, there's alleging non-compliance by the mine. Did you raise all these issues, or have you ever raised these issues with DMR?
Yes, we did wrote to DMR. They never acknowledged our email or responded our email. We physically went to the DMRE offices with Waruti or faith leaders, and we were expelled there by Dorp Street. And our communication email to DMR is one of the attached correspondence letters on this document.
Thank you so much once again. I think that we'll just then allow you to make your closing remarks if you have any, and then if you don't have any closing remarks, then you'll be excused from the podium. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Dolo. Now I'm going to give to call to the podium Re RK Mutina. Date. Chairperson, Ramtina is on the podium.
Yes, thanks.
So will you be taking the oath or will you be making an affirmation?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to take the oath. Do you swear that the evidence that you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is both true and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider this prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
The podium is yours, sir.
All right, thank you. First, I want to greet all one who is gathered here. My name is Matena Robert from Kapasha, under the Chief Kushigadi Nariaga Nape Pasha. So I'm coming from the small village called Tabi. So I'm here to present the challenges what we are facing at our mine, Sefateng. Before I carry on, can you please allow me, can I use my language where it's possible?
Kindly pardon me, Chairperson. Ndate Mutina would like to do presentation in his mother tongue, because otherwise if it's in English, you will miss a lot of information. We have commission staff that will also assist in paraphrasing all what he said. We've got Advocate Maduleke, we've got myself, Eva, and Advocate Mune, who can also assist.
So you are permitted to then speak in your mother tongue so that you're able to freely express yourself. Can we just get one of the South African Human Rights Commission's employees just to stand by your side to assist you in interpreting what you're saying, so that it's not lost to those who do not understand Sepedi? Thank you so much.
Can I carry on?
Let's just find someone to assist you before we carry on. We don't want to lose the audience members to what you're about to say.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah, ke a leboga. Reina go mainung wa rena wa Sefateng. Sefateng se tlile go rena mengwage e fetile go kwa moragonyana. It promises you to dintši.
We from the Sefateng community in the Sefateng came to the community to engage with them and promise them a lot of things.
Yes, and re ile ra thaba kudu ge e tla ka re promise tše ra nagana gore re tlo dula lefaseng le le bose ka tse ba di promisa tsona.
The community got so happy and they thought they were going to be enjoying everything as per the promises.
E nngwe e bohlokwa e re gore re e labalabela ke ya go hira bana ba bokgausi ba local.
One of the things that they envisaged is to have their local children being hired in the mine.
Jwana le hona o tlo lebelela ko community ya borena, community ya lla ka batho ba ba berekang ka kwa mining. Ke batho ba banyane fela ba ba local ba bereka ka mining.
But now if you come and assess the community is having a serious plight wherein very few people are working in the mine from the community.
O tlo botsisha mine ka batho ba jore ba hiri ba local ba tlo go botsa gore no mine o sa gola.
When you inquire why very few people are employed, you'll be told that the mine is still growing or is still developing.
Re a dumela gore mine o sa gola, yes, but o santse re o gole le rena as community ba mo house.
Of course, the community is in agreement that the mine is developing or growing, but now they are thinking it must grow or develop with them inside.
Engwe ba re tshepišitše ka dibasari gore bana ba rena ba tlo ya dikolong di university le di collegeng ke mine o operate mara le le no a gona le ngwana mo wane ka go botsa gore o ka university o sekolong.
They were also promised bursaries and the assistance from the mine for education, but to date there's not even single child or learner who's being paid for by the mine.
And go tlo lebelela naga ya go borena mo thabeng our environment go ka lebelela is no more.
Now if you come and check our community, when you look at it from the mountainous areas, there's no more better environment for them.
Jwale ka ge le tseba gore we are in rural areas, re na le re batho ba go rua dikgomo le dipodi le tše dingwe go ko tlelela ka thabeng ba ipile meleti e pile a go sana phulo.
As you know that we are from rural areas wherein the livestock is the way of living, but now there's no longer grazing field.
So se re bontšha gore re tlo ba le problem ya go tshwana le di-mine tše tša kgale tše di bolao mo gone bjale gore di-mine di ba swere bjale. So le rena re thoma go tšhoga gore le rena re tlo ba in the same problem.
Now we can just see that as a community we're going to have same challenges as other mines as mentioned here, those that have been mining for a very long time.
There's no any agona development tše ba re sebetša go tšona di tsela di ga di sepelege kudu ke nakong tša dipula di strata metsi mo di hall mo re kopana go ona re sa dula sa kopana ka fase ga mehlare gore ga re bone any changes from mine operator.
There's no change or development in their country, no routes or roads. There's no halls where they can even have their meetings. They're still holding their meetings under the trees. There's nothing. When it's raining, it's even worse.
Ke bontšha mo go bontšha ga gore ge re bolela ka motse ga phasha re bolela ka motse o mogolo ka ge phasha e le motse o mogolo o na le di-village tše dintšhi le diplasa tše dintšhi go tloga kua phasha Waterkop to Diparling ka Motloulela ena habeng.
He's trying to explain the extent of Pasha area that is a very big community and with a lot of farming areas and the villages themselves.
So ntho engwe gape re bona go na le go batho community re lla ka gore go na le gore ba interview batho ka di weekend a re tsebona ntho so e kgonagala jwang go bontšha gore there's something wrong ka kwa mining. So a ke tsebona gana mo le ka re thuša jwang kane ge go ra gore ge go direga di weekend go interview di weekend go ra gore there's something wrong.
There's another challenge where in community members are being engaged over the weekend or even interviewed during the weekend by the mining houses, which then creates some kind of a challenge and shows that there's something very wrong.
Seo ke sona se re bontšha gore se ka direga kane batho ba leng ka kwa mining ba bereka go ba go tšwa kgole ba feta ba ba local how jwale ntho e kgonega jwang.
Again, he's repeating on the issue of the number of locals versus the number of other nationals.
Go na le mongwe mine ka mo wa operator ka mo Sebija site ka gana mo ga phasha go mine MJ company under Sfateng mine ene mine o mo tseleng o thuntša lereta di truck di a feta ene go se ga sekolo primary ene le dust e kana mo bathong be re duma gore ge ba ka dira tsele gore ba e hlokomele if possible ba e kenye tar road le re take dust.
Oh, some of the words I'm not very familiar, that's why I'm asking.
No, I can.
Okay.
Okay.
He's indicating that in one of the Ceviche villages where in the trucks are passing, there's a lot of dust that also goes into the houses and disturbing households, and he really requests for the tarring of that road so that everybody can then be at home.
And le go lema ba bang a re sa kgona go lema ka gone re tshepile mmaele o re tshepišitše gore o tšere mafelo a rena gore re tlo benefita mo gona mara we are not benefiting.
The issue of plowing fields is coming in again, that they can no longer plow as the community because the mining operations is done at where the plowing fields are.
And tše dingwe tša tšona ba na le go ditiragalo tša ka sefateng mine di na le gore fapanya le our traditional leaders kane tše dingwe go tšang ke di dira ko bona kante le bona ga ba tsebe se le gore na go diregang ka mining.
Some of the operations or dealings that the mining is busy with in the Sfateng mine also causes confusion between the community and the traditional leaders, because sometimes you find that the traditional leader is ill-informed or not even informed what's happening.
Yeah, ke a leboga.
Thank you so much, panel. You can take over with the questioning. Thank you. What we're going to do now is when they ask Mr. Mutina questions, they will be in English. Advocate Maluleke will then explain to him in Spedi. When he answers in Spedi, then I will then translate in English. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. I will then, as per the usual practice, then start with my senior legal officer, then go to the provincial manager, then have my last questions, and then you will be given an opportunity to answer all sets of questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mutena, on the issue of bursaries and learnerships, you indicated that currently there's literally nobody who's getting bursary from the mine. Are there any cases where learners would fully qualify, meet all that is required by the criteria presented in and when the mine advertises that they have bursaries or as per their social labor plans, but after the applications they wouldn't qualify? Are there any cases that you are aware of? Learners or students meet the criteria, put in the application, but not qualify?
Thank you. Mine, I just want to check if you have raised all these issues with the Department of Mineral and Energy, DMR. Whether you have raised this with the department, or you just raise them with the mine only. And also the traditional leader, what is the position of the traditional leader there? And also the issue of how old is the mine? If they are saying that the mine is still young and it's growing, you will benefit when the mine is, I don't know, how many years, how long this company had been mining there? Can you just share with us? And if they have given you the time frame on which they will start benefiting the community.
Mine is just one question. Does the community have access to the SLP? And if it does, has the mine actually implemented anything in respect of the SLP?
Yeah. Your first question, ke nagana gore di-bursary tseo ga actually a di gona. Ka ne ke dumela ke re bana ba gona ba gore no ba tsene dikolo, ba gore no ba ka kgona go ya dikolong. Bjale ka ge ke bontšhitše gore there's no even one. Ka motse ga phasha ko mogolo a se gore ko gore go ka pala ko gore go be le ngwane o gore no a ka ba le dithuto tše kaone tše gore no ba ka ya sekolong. Ga ke tsebe go potšišo ya kgoši gore ke ya arabe ka mokgwa mang. Kgoši ke kgoši phasha bona o di-recognize ke government. So maemo a gagwe ka kwa mining nka se nape ke tseba gore ke a fe mara le ena o take a part as a moetapele wa rena o gona pele ka ge mine o le mobung wa gagwe. Another question. Mine ge ke re maybe they are still new. Ke ra gore go na le mine mengwe e bola ka gore ke ya 1926 whatever what. So na le bo jaaka mogala go ntse bola go rena I think from, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere 2011 or 2012. When you're talking about social labor plan, o bola ka problem gane. Batho ba ntšhi le go e bona ka mahlo a re tsebe. Go ka ba bokaone mo ge mohlomong ba ka e plaka mo e ka bona go ke motho mongwe le mongwe. O swana le mo dishopong, o swana le kwa mošate mo notice board. Gore mo le mongwe a e bone, I think it will be possible. Kane ke kuša ke re social labor plan re e bona ka moka e tseba ke everyone. Re tlo kgona go šala morago maine gore look this and that. Se ke di bola go tšintši ke tše ba go di tshepiša tšona ka molomo ge ba e tla go kgopela gore ba tle ba dire mine kwa ga borena. Mara when you come into social plan, we still have a problem.
The answers from Tate Mutina, the only one that was missed, Advocate Madulek, is did he raise the issues with DMRE?
Yeah, ga ke sure ka that question or na ba gona ba se go ba disha kwa DMRE or what. I'm not sure.
The questions, they are answered as follows. The first one, yes, there are learners who qualify to get bursaries because the village, Pasha village is very huge, and it's not possible not to have even a single learner qualifying for the bursaries. What I can tell you is that bursaries are not there. The second one, on the position of Khoshi, he's not sure if the issues of DMR were raised with DMRE before. And then Khoshi Pasha is recognized, Khoshi, by the House of Traditional Leaders, and also is the leader of the community and participate with the mining community. So he's not very sure of his position around the issues that happen in the area by the mine. And if the SLP, on the issue of SLP, is that it is not known by the community of Rapasha because it's not even accessible. What he's talking to what they were promised by the word of mouth. In brief, those are the answers.
Thank you so much. PM, do you have any further remarks or questions? CLO? There are no questions from the panel anymore. So if you have any closing remarks, if you want to have that, but if you don't have closing remarks, then you're excused from the podium.
He is thankful. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now we were supposed to be having the House of Traditional Leaders, but now they are then referred to Wednesday, tomorrow. I'm checking with you if we can take the University of Venda. They are here and they are ready. Now it's 12:45.
Given how the program is moving and the time constraints we have, we will just engage during the lunch period with the University of Venda and see how we will then allow them to make their presentation either later today or tomorrow. But we'll engage with them directly during lunch.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Then, from here, I only have 5 minutes towards our lunch break. So I'm not sure if I can then give it to the audience to then enjoy their 5 minutes freely.
We can take that lunch with an additional 5 minutes for the audience members just to stretch their feet. So we can go for lunch.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm not sure Eva and Mahlatsi, it's lunch ready, or we start by stretching outside and then as we move slowly for lunch at 10 to 1. Thank you so much. Mahlatsi and Eva will give the meal tickets. Please don't go for lunch if you don't have the meal ticket. They'll be issuing meal tickets outside. Thank you.
I think it's time to call Taliban. To call Tali. Please tell him, Commissioner. You are slowly dying, my friend. You are taking away 10 years of your life with this smoke. That's basically it. Every time you pull, you're taking 10 years. Second pull, another 10 years. How cool? Everything else.
It's not healthy. Scientific evidence has shown you're basically smoking water. I don't know what it was a miscommunication, but my flight plans had been changed.
I'm very angry with this guy. Please talk to him. I'm not talking to him.
But you're greeting him.
You're talking to me, man. He knows that I didn't sleep.
Just so enough.
That's a beauty with this field of ours. You say now I'm with you guys. Yesterday we were in the surgery, doing surgeries. And tomorrow I might be with accountants.
You might be with education.
I'm there. I'm working with you.
Yo. I know.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for that letter from my head office. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Mui.
Sorry. Name. Sorry, I thought you were on the phone.
No.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for that letter from my head office.
Okay. From the CEO.
Urgently. Yeah.
Okay. No problem. It's from so we need the letter from the CEO. Why is it? That's it. Before the commission can inform him, they can post it on another person. There might be communication from the CEO. Yeah. You should put that radio on. What's on? Spoke with the radio. Did you see them?
The guy from there. Oh, this one is from there. Then actually, what's up that she's just coming to me? What are we? Well, after
No,
this.
I think she said she wants to apologize. Because there's an email from her.
She was in municipality.
That's why I want to find out now. They're not here.
They're not here. Because they told me yesterday.
No, it was, the two leaders confirmed.
sending a letter now. There are lots of allegations against them. We told them that they must send somebody to CC. We will have no option, but we are going to use this subpoena and we are going to ensure that there is a political interference. Sorry, political influence, because this is the reason why the movement is losing the vote. Kataraba plus committed. That is the reason why the movement is losing votes, 40%, because of people like the one that we had in office yesterday. Because of the MN. Yes, we sent them they received the program. They were supposed to come in now, but no, we sent to them, straight to them. The program is with them. Hey, Maras, they made a mistake. Okay, yeah. How can you trust less one piece?
The person you're talking to called you as the station on behalf of the municipality.
No, the municipality person was with the David that I was calling. What's the time now?
13:30.
13:30. Which one?
We are coming back now 13:40. 10 minutes.
Would I have to be able to take my stuff to another room?
Yeah. Just want to use the restroom quickly. No, I want to, does this person?
So Manuel, I must first check the available awa ke ra re ganbele re checke gore batho ba beng gona ke bomang boss bomabedula mone thoma ka eng ka go rola batho ba ka checka gore go nemang and then a ke boitse leina la motho ke bitse leina la
I've been calling a lot of people.
Mara on you run try la ka eng
096 1895. Send it.
But we are going to for the hearing.
Oh, we're still on time. Okay. Thank you very much as you are settling down. Thank you, colleagues. We are proceeding with our program, and to the podium now, allow me to call Fetakgomo Tubatsi Local Municipality. Fetakgomo Tubatsi Municipality, please come take the podium. Colleagues, kindly check if we still have people outside so they can take their seats and we are able to proceed. Just waiting for the signal that everyone is inside so that we can then proceed. It doesn't look like we have anyone from the Fetahomu towards the local municipality. Thank you so much. Chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you, facilitator. Given the nature of the absence from the Fetahomu Tubadze local municipality, I will then ask the provincial manager for any remarks you'd like to say in their absence. Then I will then have my concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I must say that we are very, very disappointed as the Human Rights Commission. More especially, not only that they've not come, I must also confirm that I spoke to the person who was supposed to come and do the presentation yesterday, and there was indication that they will come. Hence, they received our invitation. They didn't confirm in writing. However, colleagues need to understand the nature of this gathering. I was not going to be very much worried if it was a private company that is not attending, simply because maybe mining companies might feel uncomfortable, scared, and all those things. But we seem to have all the mining companies here that we have invited. But a government institution that failed to appear before the commission, it tells a lot. And it's so disappointing that if we have to take each other to court, we are all going to take or get money to fund the legal proceeding from the public coffers that is supposed to pay for service delivery for our people. We are not here to represent ourselves. We are here to represent the public. So yesterday when they called me, they were with their lawyer. Already they rushed the lawyer. For what reason, we don't know, because we invited them to come here. So obviously the lawyer who has been instructed to talk to us was paid, and they will be paid, obviously. But for what? Why should we waste the government money while we are all government institutions to fight each other, and we don't feel that there's something wrong with that? We need information that at the end of the day, we will be able to make proper recommendations as we are empowered by the Constitution to improve the lives of our people, to improve service delivery, to ensure that the rights of our people are not violated. But the Fetahomu towards the municipality, knowing that they are based in Beggarford side, where we have a lot of mining companies that are mining in that area, but they decided not to come. But anyway, with the approval of the commissioner, I think we will have to motivate. I can only speak on behalf of the secretariat that we strongly feel that we will have to subpoena them, to do an official subpoena for them to come and appear on the date that will be decided by the commission. And we'll make that motivation to the commissioners. And the commissioner of CA can also support us when we say we are going to subpoena Fetahomu municipality. And if it need be, we can also go to court, because we are allowed in terms of the act. We go to court using the public funds, fighting public institutions. We all use the money that is supposed to render services to our people. I don't think that is the right approach. I don't feel comfortable with that. So, but anyway, if we have no other option, we'll have to take that route. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, PM, and I think I share the very same sentiments that you've uttered. And in terms of Section 15, subsection 1C of the South African Human Rights Commission Act, it empowers us then to issue out those subpoenas. I will then implore on you and your office to take the relevant steps to ensure that we motivate for the relevant stakeholders at the municipality to be subpoenaed so that they can appear before the commission and address us on some of the allegations and statements that were made here by community members regarding the absence of the local municipalities' involvement in the mining community and the activities in that respect. Therefore, Ms. Program Director and my facilitator, can we then, in that event, then call the University of Venda to then just come and give us that presentation that they had prepared for us, but due to travel arrangements were unable to give to us earlier. And then in the interim, we ask those who are here to represent the municipality, then just come a bit closer, because we'll be calling them in due course.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, too, so you're already here. Please come on.
So are you going to be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, thank you.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, sir.
Thank you. So I'll be sharing this presentation with my colleagues, Mr. Magao and Mr. Mpangane. I'm aware that we have about 20 minutes to complete this presentation, and we'll try our level best to ensure that we're on time. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the South African Human Rights Commission, for the opportunity to come here and present on the impact of mining activities on human rights. My name is Ramabagatuso. I'm from the University of Venda. I've been given this mandate to come and make this presentation by the Ismail Mohammed Center for Human and People's Rights, based at the University of Venda. So what we're going to do is, if you check on your programs, we were supposed to be the first ones, the first group of people to present in the morning. However, due to traveling arrangements and other issues, we were not able to get here in time. So this was supposed to be part of those presentations that were laying the basis. So please, as we present, bear that in mind. It's going to be a scholarly presentation. We are not coming in as witnesses. We are going to give you a scholarly presentation with scholarly evidence of how mining has impacted, or affected human rights. Thank you. I would like to first start, talk about, thank you, to talk about, beauty and suffering. So the world as it is, has seen tremendous development. And there are many pleasures that we enjoy today that are born of human hard work and sometimes suffering. People are not always, comfortable when we talk about suffering. When we talk about suffering in the world, that is linked, to the pleasures that we enjoy. For an example, I'm wearing a very nice watch today. There are many people who labored very hard for me to end up wearing, this very beautiful watch I'm wearing. So we have been invited to come and speak about mining activities and the impact they may have, on human rights. So mining typically, as everybody already knows, typically involves the extraction of mineral resources from the surface of the earth. So we enjoy many benefits, resulting from mining activities. We have, for an example, as everybody already know, we have gold, we have glass, we have diamond, we have platinum. These activities shape, our country's economy and ultimately benefit us, as the inhabitants of of South Africa. While all this is true, there is also suffering, of the communities living in the area of mining operations, and the suffering of those people who are working in that space. Hence, if these mining operations are not properly managed, they can pose significant harm to people, animals, and also the environment. On this regard, we can talk about issues such as toxic waste. We can talk about carbon emissions and dust. On this note, as human rights scholars, we speak about human rights as a protective measure, to people, so that they can be protected against harm. It's particularly people who are in local communities, people who do not have a voice, people who cannot be able to speak, for themselves. As I've been saying, groups that are marginalized. So human rights are fundamental entitlements that are inherent and equal in all human beings. We have scholarships that have different views on the universality of human rights. However, the global consensus among states is that human rights are indeed universal and should be applied to all persons equally. So we have a very strong legal framework, starting from the international level to the regional level and also the domestic level, speaking about the South African Constitution and all the legislations that regulate mining activities in the country, that speak to the issues of mining, trying to protect the rights and the interests of people and communities. So South Africa has a legal responsibility to ensure that all citizens are protected from harm, including environmental harm. It has accepted this responsibility at the international level and also the regional levels, as I've already said, in the forms of treaties, conventions, and protocols. Human rights scholars will tell you that rights are indivisible and that they are interdependent. The main right that this presentation is based on is the universally coveted right to a healthy environment, also known as the right to a sustainable and healthy environment. This right is primarily interlinked with other rights, including the right to health, the right to water, sanitation, and food. So at the international level, we have an instrument such as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This covenant was passed in 1996. South Africa is also a party to this instrument. They've ratified it in 2015. Article 12, subsection 1 of this particular article states that the state parties to the present charter, to the present covenant, recognized the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, the improvement of all aspects of environmental and industrial hygiene. So South Africa as a state, as it is, including non-state actors, the companies that are subordinate, to the South African Constitution, they do have this mandate to protect human rights. And this mandate is stemming from the international level. So when we come here and speak of issues of human rights violations, it's not just South African laws that are being violated, our constitution and, other legislations. We are violating a lot of, human rights, that are entrenched in various instruments that have been created, by many institutions for the protection of human rights. I will move on to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I'll speak of Article 25, subsection 1. It says, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of a livelihood. So even in the situation or events of mining activities, these rights are supposed to be observed by the state and also by the companies that are conducting these mining operations. I will move, we have quite a number of instruments. I will not go through all of them. I will then go on to talk about, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Those who are in human rights will know these goals. We have, for an example, the Sustainable Development Goal number 12. It emphasizes practices in resource use, including minerals and metals, aiming to ensure their availability for generations to say now. When we are conducting these mining operations, we are supposed to do it in a way that it's sustainable. Sustainable Development Goal number 15 deals with life on land. It says that biodiversity conservation relating to mining activities that can disrupt, ecosystems. So this is to ensure that even, the environment itself and us as inhabitants and the animals, we are protected. So these protections are available at the international level, as I've already stated. I will move on to the regional instruments. Those who are in human rights will know that South Africa is a party to the African Union. They are party to the African Union, so the African Charter is binding to South Africa as a state. Article 24 of the African Charter that I've just mentioned, which is binding to South Africa as a state, guarantees the right of every individual to a general satisfactory environment conducive to their development. State parties are required to adopt legislative and other measures to protect the health and well-being of individuals and communities from environmental degradation resulting from mining activities. So now, when this mining is happening, this mandate is, as I've already said, is stemming from the international level. We're supposed to ensure that if we're going to conduct mining in areas where there are people or there are people nearby, we should ensure that at least the environment is conducive enough for their development. I will then move on to the South African legal framework. As everybody already knows, we have a supreme constitution in South Africa, the Constitution of 1996. If you look at section 24, it says that everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation, secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources. We also have other legislations, including the National Environment Management Act. I had other speakers presenting on this particular legislation. It also protects, the rights of people in the country when it comes to mining activities. We have the Mineral Act 50 of 1991. We also have the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act 28 of 2002. Due to time constraints, I'm not going to go through all of these legal frameworks or these legal provisions. However, I just wanted to establish that we have legal protection. People's rights are protected at multiple levels. I will then hand over the presentation to my colleague, Mr. Mpangane, and thank you.
All right, thank you. I will start by greeting everyone in this hall. My name is Innocent Mpangane, as they've already introduced. So as the University of Venda, specific the Center for Ishmael, we have really been tasked to pinpoint or inquire more about the activities of these mining companies. So a lot has been said about these mining companies. What we also wish to bring to light is that really, as we have already seen, that the impact of non-state actors, these mining companies really contribute a lot, and their impact is really felt. So as the Center for Ismail Muhammad for Human and People's Rights, really we have worked very hard and we've developed new models to ensure that indeed this impact is really minimized. And as my colleague will come and explain more on these new models, we are ready to work with anyone who is available to work with us. as well as to raise a lot of important issues as to how can we now continue in cases where there's maybe not more, or the government has not done enough. What can we do? Can we really take this matter forward? Can we really sue these non-state actors at their country of origin? We've seen this really happening as also the people of Nigeria, the Ongoni, we've seen them taking the matter straight to England, where these non-state actors, their companies originate. So can that not be possible to do it even in South Africa, as little has been done? So my presentation will really be focused on this impact, looking specific on Mpumalanga, to show that indeed this impact is not really only prevalent in Limpopo or Gauteng, but also in Mpumalanga. This is really an issue that really is prevalent. So, yes, thanks, man. So first we'll look at Mpumalanga generally. The specific place is Wheatbank, known as Emalahleni. So this, as it is known, hosts the largest concentration of coal mines in South Africa, with approximately 22 active mines operating in that place. So over the centuries of coal mining in the Wheatbank coal field, which is South Africa's primary coal field located in the Highveld region, has created a complex issues about coal dynamics that has significant environmental, social and health impacts. We all know that the Constitution section 22 really states that we all have a right to a healthy environment. But looking at the impact of these coal mines in Mpumalanga, it's of great significance and of concerns and needs really to be addressed. To look at a specific mine, not or to mention specific, but we're gonna look at one just mine and we look at this impact. This is also part of the articles that we read, looking at the impact of one of the mines in Mpumalanga in the nearby areas. The areas is by Kemeral, Pola and Origin towns in the Wheatbank coalfield region of Mpumalanga. This mine, it's a coal mine, it's an open cast mine. It has really had significant impact on the environment. As more has been stated about this impact on water, we've really seen this impact of this mine when coming to water qualities. So the issues is really linked to coal mining. The problem is acid mining drainage, which encompasses most or a lot of important things. To look specific, it is firstly the issue of acid water. The acid water, we know that indeed it carries heavy metals and which are very not good for the environment and not good also for the people who really drink this water. Really, this shows really a problem with water, with the activities of these mining companies. Another issue, it is the issue of land. My colleague has really provided the legal framework as to the protection of the land. The issue of land, it has been debated, and even when coming to issues of these actors, it is really carried the bad consequences for the people. So in a study that was conducted by, it is Pakama Q and one of our advocate Chekere, they wrote an article about this, based on interviews with residents from the 5 communities surrounding this mine. We've seen that there was members, they've said they are viewed about land degradation emerged as a significant environmental concern. The removal of topsoil, trees, vegetation during mining operation really depletes the land of nutrients, rendering the land infertile for agricultural use. This really shows that this impact is really affecting the land, and it's an area that we really need to really take into cognizance today and see as to how can we achieve an environment that is safe for all. The last issue that I will look at, it is the issue of pollution. The operation of the mine has led to significant environmental pollution. As reported, 90% of the respondents from the surrounding communities, they've really stated that indeed the issue of pollution, the issue of water pollution has amounted to 30.5%, air pollution 29.5%, and noise pollution. This really shows that indeed these mines, they are really affecting the people in terms of pollution. So as the Ishmael Center, we are really ready to work with any stakeholders as to how can we find solutions to this, because we really need to find each other along the way as to providing a solution for these things that are happening, because the people really need the mind for job opportunities and a lot of benefits. But as well, we should not lose sight that the environment is of great significance and we need to protect it from a lot of degradation, and a lot of our social health really lies as to the healthy environment. So without a healthy environment, we will not be able to really be able to provide a sustainable environment for all. Thank you. I will leave the platform to my colleague, Londan.
Maybe you should adjust the mic, because some of us are very tall. Okay, thank you very much to my colleagues. I would like to continue where they left off. More relevantly, I would like to touch on the impact of mining activities in the province that we come from in Limpopo, because I think that is what is more relevant to the issue that we are addressing today. Remember, as we talk about Limpopo, we're talking about a province that is suffering from water scarcity, and you know that we depend much on the agricultural sector, as it plays a very crucial and important role in the economy of this province, or in this region. I would like to look at water scarcity and contamination that is led by these mining activities in these areas. We can talk about the Palawura copper mine, where we can all agree that it has led to elevated rates of birth defects and developmental issues in indigenous communities, and it has led to water contamination in ancestral lands. And these are issues that, as scholars, they've been writing about them, they've been writing researches about them, articles about them, but the question is, the solutions and the recommendations that they're coming up with, are they being implemented? Because, you know, with human rights, it's not important to really come up with solutions that tomorrow they're not going to be implemented. We can come and have this inquiry here, but if the recommendations are not going to be implemented, then we just wasted our time for nothing. I will continue to the Mogalakwena mine, the Anglo-American mine, where it has been written that local businesses, they've been struggling to compete with the mine-related enterprises. One writer in Africa writes to say, is it okay for the rich to marginalize the poor? And that question is one that we should keep in our minds when we engage on these human rights issues, because our people know that when we talk about human rights, we're talking about humans and we don't involve the environment, and we forget the crucial role and the role that these mines, they play in these issues. Now, we should also look at the issue of increased rates of respiratory disease in this province. Our province, ladies and gentlemen, depends, as I've already indicated, depends much on agricultural sector. We can all agree that the agricultural sector has been affected negatively by these mining activities, and thus the right to food in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution is affected. Already people in Limpopo, they are hungry. You know, poverty is a reality in our province, and these people, some of them, the land is taken away from them, and these are indigenous communities where they believe, some of them, they have their sacred place. For example, you know, we have sacred place in that side of Bembe, in Bembe region, we have Funduzi and all those other areas. And where are we going as a society if these mines, they can do as they please and we don't say anything, we come with solutions, we write them on the textbook and we don't implement them? We can all agree that this has also increased illegal mining. Why? Somebody once asked me a question to say, why is it that we have high crime rate in these local communities? And my answer was, people are hungry. So I suppose that these illegal minings, if you are employing these people and you pay them salaries that are adequate and that are enough, why were they still going to do illegal mining? But we are being subjected to illegal mining because the rich want to remain rich. The rich want to get richer, and the poor, they want the poor to get poorer. And that's the reality. And this is an issue that we cannot shy away from. Now, we can also agree that the mining companies have failed to fulfill their obligations. And I think that the state also has a duty and obligations to make sure that they protect the rights of people, because these are human rights. These are rights that affects people. In summary, I can say that mining in Limpopo has had a detrimental impact on agriculture, food security, and human rights in the region. And this calls for urgent action, not to write these actions, not to speak about these actions, but to implement these actions. And I conclude by saying that as the Ismail Mohammed Center for Human Rights, for Human and People's Rights from the University of Venda, our director, Professor Jagede, we've been working on a new model, a solution to this conundrum, so that as the center, we develop a cooperative model to engage, that is going to engage communities and stakeholders and make sure that we reach, we find a solution to this problem that is continuing. I will conclude by saying that the problem that we have in the Republic of South Africa is that we do have inquiries, we do have articles, a lot of them. As a scholar, I've seen a lot of articles, I've seen a lot of things. Some of the recommendations there, you can see that if these are to be implemented, these are solutions that can work. But the question is on the implementation. Are we going to implement them? Because a lot of things all of us can come and present solutions, but if we don't implement them. So I call for implementation of the solutions that we're going to address, and we make sure that this was a program that really assisted our people, because our people are suffering as a result of these minings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it from Ismail Mohammed Center for Human Rights and for Women and People's Rights from the University of Venda, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Today I've learned one thing, that scholars will conclude to conclude and conclude to conclude. Thank you so much. It's time for questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I just need to identify who is going to be answering questions. We need one person from the university to then answer the questions on behalf of the university.
I'll take the questions, thank you.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna, there's a protocol that I have been following the entirety of the day. We'll start with the senior legal officer, then the provincial manager, then we'll end with myself. I think today it's the first time that we had a presentation by 3 individuals. We normally have one particular person that highlights and makes those presentations. So it's a unique aspect to how you approach the presentation. CLO?
Thank you very much. Mr. Ramabaga, just a quick question. There's reference made in the presentation to say mining companies have failed on their obligations. That statement is very broad. Is there any way it can be narrowed down? Did you, in your preparation, pinpointed mining companies, particularly in Limpopo, that you were referring to in this context?
All right, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was listening to the presentations, but I could not get exactly the proposed solution, except that we need to take resolution serious. But I didn't get the substantive issues, or during whether you have conducted a research, or the presentation is based on, it's a desktop research. I think the other institution, if you listen, they were going deeper into the approach that they've used to identify the challenges and also make suggestions or present recommendations. But I could not get exactly except the legal framework that is accessible by everyone. But I needed to get that legal framework in relation to what is happening, what is the experience of the university in relation to the impact of mining in human rights. Yes, the rights are there, the information is there, but still there is a need for us also, for the institutions also to go deeper than that, instead of just acknowledging the status quo, but we need to go deeper and identify practical examples of this particular area. Maybe The other issue that I understand the other presenter, the second one, focused on the issue of, did not focus much here, but to make a comparison that the challenges that we are facing is not only here in Limpopo, we also have in Mpumalanga that is facing the same situation. But yes, sometimes with the hearing like this, the provincial administration may have their own approach. Mining companies can have the same name or being one company, but having different approach depending on the areas, depending on the challenges of that particular area. So I didn't get much information about the challenges in Mpumalanga. What are the challenges? Are they the same with Limpopo challenges? Because the challenges in Limpopo were already articulated on them, we have already mentioned them. Community members have presented already, we know what we are facing. And if it's similar to Mpumalanga, what approach is the Mpumalanga province using, or what is that they are doing with their own challenges? Can we draw something in Mpumalanga or adopt something that is happening in Mpumalanga to Limpopo? Something like that comparison, can we just respond?
Thank you so much, PM. And I think I'm just going to step on your shoulders and say something in respect to what you said. It seems that the presentation was very generic. It was very broad-based. It was not specific to this province. It did not speak about the challenges that the mining communities faced, as well as interactions that you would have in respect of this particular province regarding traditional leaders, regarding stakeholders such as the DRM, it's been a very long day, as well as how you would then look for a solution. I think that you mentioned something very concerning, and I would want you guys to just comment on that. You stated that there seems to be a correlation between illegal mining and salary disparities that employees of the mine are receiving. Do you have research to back up such allegation? You then also then again made very broad statements that there's a failure on stakeholders to then fulfill their obligations or the implementation process thereof. In respect of that, if there is such a failure and you have highlighted that in your presentation, what solutions do you as the University of Venda suggest in ensuring that there is transparency in implementation, accountability when there's no implementation? The University of Limpopo spoke about issues of having a mining court. What other solutions do the University of Venda suggest in dealing with the inquiry that we have today and your solutions thereof? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Maybe I should start with the last question on the proposed solutions. So we came here mandated by Professor Jagede, PM. So we have been working on a model that currently Professor Jagede has, and he mandated, he told us that we can, share with, the people that he is available, to speak about, the model and share, the solutions and the ideas he's having. But we do not have the full model at our disposal, but it's available. You can reach out to Professor Jagede, and he will be able to assist you on this regard. Yes, we spoke about, in Mpumalanga. You asked us what were the challenges, in Mpumalanga. I can, agree that the challenges, that I hear in Limpopo, and the challenges that, people in Mpumalanga are facing are pretty much similar, in a way that they are having issues of, water contamination, for an example. And unfortunately, we did not really try to draw any, strategies that we could use based on the experiences in Mpumalanga. But as I've already stated, Professor Jagede says he's having a model that could benefit, local communities and also the mining companies in this issue that we're trying to deal with, of the impact of mining on human rights. So the research we did, due to time constraints, it was a desktop research. We did not go to the field. We did not have enough time to go and actually go to the field, but we would have loved to. So it was a purely doctrinal research. We referred to a number of, articles. Sadly, my colleagues and I, especially Mr. Magau, we're having a lot of information, specific mining, but in a way, we had, there was reluctance, on now, if we're going to make a presentation that is purely doctrinal, to be making references to certain, people and all that, we were trying to just fully demonstrate, how mining activities can then go on to violate the legal framework that I had already, laid. When it comes to issues, for an example, water, people have a right to water, and now if water is going to be contaminated, then that right is being clearly violated. And then there was also a question on illegal mining. That is there a correlation, between illegal mining and failure to implement? Yes, scholarly research, and we do have the references with us here. As my colleague, Mr. Mpangane, actually read the references out to say, yes, there is a correlation between, when people are not being paid enough, for the services they're doing, even in mining, then they go back into their mines and illegally mine. That's what scholarly literature has given us as we were conducting this research. And yes, on the issues of traditional leaders, we did not go to that level of traditional leaders. However, what we're just trying to show is that we have a broad set of human rights that human rights that are protected and also being violated by various activities happening throughout. We were just trying to give an example with what was happening in Mpumalanga and even here in Limpopo. And unfortunately, and apologize, due to reluctance, my colleagues were not very free to name and go on and go on. And yeah, thank you.
I just have a few follow-up questions, and apologies. It's just that when you're answering, you're giving again broad answers that are not specific to this inquiry, and it's going to seem like I'm drilling you, because I really want, when we are writing our reports, to have input that is material to what we're facing today. You speak about a model. You speak about a model that is available, but is not available for the commission. And I think it's very important that you would have just made that presentation, because the model speaks to the solution that the institution is offering in respect of the theme of today, or the theme of the inquiry, the violation of human rights by mining companies. That's the one. And I think that when you speak about Mpumalanga, again, you speak about generic information and you're not bringing back to the province. If you had noticed, other speakers were very quick to name and shame the respective mining companies, as well as the accompanied human rights violations. I would like to state that I'm very disappointed, unfortunately, in the manner of the presentation, as well as the fact that this is an inquiry at not only a local, provincial level, but this information then shapes how we as the Commission interact with government. And for you to come here and give us desktop information that is not supported by sufficient scholar information. We're all scholars. Some of us are not sitting in the academy anymore, but we want that aspect, so that when a response is forthcoming from the mining companies, they can actually interrogate your scholars and say, we know to the scholars by the University of Limpopo, Venda, apologies. However, we have a different set of information that contradicts what they're saying today, and it does not give them sufficient information to respond thereto. And those are my comments. I'm just gonna then go to my provincial manager and then ask I said CLO, my mind has been in a different cap today, but SLO, whether he has any further comments or questions for the University of Venda.
Okay, I just have this principle that I don't believe that we should justify the means by the end or the end by the means. When I'm saying this because I think you need to clarify that. Is this the university or vendor position that the people who are doing illegal mining are doing that because they are poor and they are not being paid by the mining company? Is that the position? When I will talk about poor, I think I have a challenge with that, because when we talk about the confiscated property of those companies, I'm talking about something very practical. Equipment that have been taken, confiscated, that were used to do the mining. I believe that if you are poor, you can't buy those things. I mean, we are talking about a big machine that have been used to do that. And if we are saying that illegal mining is because people are poor, then I'm not sure whether the two will be able to compare the two. I mean, somebody buying this big machine, setting up the mining that spending millions of rands. Then we are saying that people who are doing the illegal mining are poor people. But anyway, you will just clarify that. But the other concern that I'm having, or the other clarity that I need from you, is it the position of the university, or is that a finding that if people have not been paid, it will be justifiable to resort into illegal mining? Because if we are saying that we have illegal mining and it's justifiable because people are not being paid, is it justifiable to resort into illegal activities because we are facing the situation, or we are facing the difficulties? Is it justifiable to resort into illegal activities? Thank you.
Maybe just to add, if I can just ask, is there any specific reason why you went with Mpumalanga and decided to use that in comparison with Limpopo? Any specific reason?
Thank you so much. I'll start with answering that question. Yes, the overall reason was for to compare, to see if there's anything we could learn on the other side. Maybe you may find that there could be things that are happening on the other side that are not really happening this side, that maybe could potentially happen here. That was the overall idea. And now when it comes to the model is available. Please, you can reach out to Professor Jagede. He should be able to give you those solutions, as we've stated. Unfortunately, we do not have the model at our disposal right now. Otherwise, we would have been really happy to share the solutions we have found. And now when it comes to the question that now the issue of salaries and illegal mining. So what we're saying on this regard is that when people in mining, and this is what scholarly literature is indicating, when people are not being properly paid, they are incited to then go and conduct these kind of illegal activities, such as illegal mining. For an example, you may find mines can be closed. You find people can go around and lurk around in the areas trying to see if they can find anything, and that, I believe, we can be able to qualify it within that category of illegal mining. Not to say then they can be able to go and start a mining operation of their own. That would be really difficult. So yes, when people are not being paid, that can lead to, but we're not saying that's a justifiable position. We're saying maybe people should be adequately paid where they are not being adequately paid, to avoid them then going to do or conduct illegal activities. Thank you.
I think this would be my last remark, and it goes back to what my colleagues and I have been saying about this particular aspect you mentioned about illegal mining. Have you then done research about what the average salary that a miner is getting, and then justify it with what you're putting today? And then also when you're answering, can you then give us the name of this research and scholar that states this fact? And lastly, you've not answered what the provincial manager has stated. Is this the position of the University of Venda, that illegal mining is interrelated with salary discrepancies? And also, is it the only rational justification for arriving at the conclusion that there's an increase in illegal mining in these communities? PM, before I, thank you. Are you then? Thank you.
Right, thank you. So yes, it is the position of the University of Venda that we are not saying, inadequate payment, to people who are working in the mines is the only reason why people resort, to illegal mining. We're saying it is also a contributing factor and should be, it deserves attention. It's also a contributing factor in that particular sense.
Where is the program director and facilitator? I think we have put them on the podium long enough. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are proceeding with our program. Thank you very much, University of Venda. May I kindly call in Mr. M. Maluleka, the Municipal Manager of Mogalakwena Local Municipality. Thank you very much. I'm advised that if you pass in front of the sign language interpreter, kindly go a little bit lower so you don't barricade where he is. Otherwise, let's use the other entrance. Thank you so much. Commissioner.
Just for clarity, I note that it states that Mr. M. Maluleka, Municipal Manager, unless it's been a very long day and I'm not seeing correctly, can we just get clarity on whether Mr. Maluleka is available or whether he's delegated you to appear on his behalf and whether you have such authority to act on behalf of the Municipal Manager?
Good afternoon. I'm here standing on behalf of the Municipal Manager and I'm delegated to come and represent him. My name is Bitumelo Radipabe. From the municipality. Thank you.
The commission was not given any communication from yourselves that the municipal manager would not be available and that he's delegated someone. So can you just please advise the commission on the absence of the municipal manager, and then we'll take it from there.
The municipal manager is committed to other municipal matters, hence he delegated me to attend.
I think I'm going to give it to the provincial manager, then the senior legal officer, because there's certain procedures that need to take place before you can stand before us and act on behalf. Okay.
Maybe just to indicate, there was correspondence yesterday from Belinda Malivana, an email. Belinda indicates that she's the secretary to the MM. She sends an email saying, please note confirmation of attendance for the municipal manager. Then we noted that as confirmation, the MM is going to be here.
Maybe you can respond to that.
Yes, he initially confirmed attendance. However, yesterday I got the instruction that I should be here to represent him.
But this is a hearing in terms, and we constitute this hearing in terms of the Act. It's not a matter of just calling everyone. Those who have engaged with us will agree that we needed explanation. You are here, there was no mentioning of your name as to whether you will come and represent the MM. There was no indication that the MM will not be here. You are not disclosing what is that the MM is busy with, and the MM is just not coming and send someone that have not been introduced. And we don't even know who authorized you to be here. So I don't know, Chair. It's my strong view that if the MM wants you to appear, we can stand this down to allow you to ask the MM to write to the commission that I'm sending so and so to appear on my behalf. Without any written information or letter or something in your letterhead, we'll find it difficult to proceed with you representing the MM. Why are we saying that, colleagues? We have tendency from more special government officials. They will wait for the last minute, like what is happening here, to make sure that they frustrate the process, thinking that will proceed. We did that before. And after issuing the report, we find the municipality managers and mayors distancing themselves from what had been presented. They end up distancing themselves and saying, we disagree with what has been presented. So it caused a fruitless exercise, because we are sitting here, we're paid for this venue. And now we get information that will be disputed when the report is about to be issued to the public. So can we get that confirmation so that when the MM decides to distance himself from the information, then we'll be able to say, this is what you have written to us. So with that, Chair, I suggest that we don't take the presentation. She must go back and communicate with the MM to write to her, and then you'll show the letter to the senior legal officer, then we'll consider that. And then maybe we'll give you an opportunity depending on the information received.
Just before you stand down, I think it's important to highlight that institutions such as the Human Rights Commission are Chapter 9 institutions. We firstly have an obligation to strengthen constitutional democracy, and we expect municipalities to act in accordance to their constitutional mandate by participating in good faith in these processes. We have not received any communication from the municipal manager that he will not be available today, and that he's delegated a specific person who will then act on his behalf. As the provincial manager stated, that there's a difficulty in accountability, and some questions specifically would need the municipal manager here. So please, in the interim, you can step down from the podium, get that communication, and timelessly then give it to our senior legal officer. We will then, as the panel members, specifically myself, consider whether I will accept that communication and accept you to act on behalf of the municipal manager. However, should I not accept that communication and not accept you to act as his proxy, we will then take steps to then subpoena the municipal manager to appear before the commission. Thank you very much. You are then excused.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I Then check if we can continue to call in the Lephalale local municipality. Lephalale local municipality, we're calling in the municipal manager, Ms. M. Mope. Welcome to the podium.
Ma'am, do you then take an oath or will you be taking an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You may duly take the podium.
Thank you so much. I would like Manager IDP to present on behalf of the municipality.
And then I will swear him in as well so that he can give that evidence. You may step down and have him then take it from there.
Thank you so much.
Sir, are you going to take an oath or are you going to take an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, my lord.
All right. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear it's nothing but the truth.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you to the panel. And my name is Franz Mabocha. I'm the manager of IDP, Lephalale Municipality. The presentation will cover who do we represent and where are we coming from and who are the stakeholders, the demographics within the municipality, the programs and projects that are being implemented by the various mining houses in the municipality. How many are licensed and how many are operating? Lephalale is part of the Waterberg District Municipality and is located in the northwest. It is bordered by 4 municipalities with its Blowback, Mogalakwena, Modimolle, and Tabazimbi. The municipality has been divided into 3 functional areas, which is the urban area, which is a nodal urban point. And the rural villages are in the south, and also the mining activities in the west, where 40% of the coal reserve of the country is located. Currently, our dream is to build a city. Lephalale some years ago was a little, not even a town. It was a bus stop more than 60 years ago. And our dream is to make this a city. We have the urban node, which is in town, it's Marapong and Onverwacht and the town. This area is sprawled and is divided, and in between there are mining deposits of which as a municipality we do not agree with the operation of mining activities in between the human settlement. And as such, the DMR will attest to that. We went on legal challenge on those mining companies that were trying to develop mining activity in between the human settlement. So our community comes first. In as much as we love development, in as much as we have got a dream of building a city, but our community comes first, as directed by the Constitution. We are intending to integrate the area of Marapong and the urban node, area of which in the farm of Iendracht, that is an area between Marapong and Onverwacht, that there are mining deposits of which we say a big no to that develop our mining activity. We want a compact city where communities are not being threatened by mining activity, although we agree there are competing needs. We've got also informal settlements around the urban node, of which we have an informal settlement plan and a human settlement plan to address those people who are staying in informal settlements to have a better life has been protected by the Constitution. Lephalale as a municipality, since the census, not census, community, since the census of this 2022, the population has declined from 140,000 to 125,000. So we have regressed from a level 3, a grade 3, level 4 to level 3 municipality. The majority of the population is black, 81.2%, followed by white, 17.6%. If you check all in all, it gives you about more than 90%. What is the role of a municipality in the mining? Charter is outlined. Our role under environmental regulation is to identify and facilitate affected and interested parties within the municipality to be consulted through public participation, monitoring of operations as per Air Quality Act, assist in the identification of LED projects, skill development and enterprise development activities during the drafting of the SLP, which is in the IDP. Monitoring and evaluation of our SLP projects is identified in conjunction with TMRE. Appropriate rezoning of land use rights, as we have rejected the mining activities that were supposed to be done in between settlements. Planning and costing for provision of bulk service infrastructure and create stakeholder engagement platform with the local communities. These include a traditional authority, business formation, organized labor, and NGOs and NPOs. Ensure mining charter is benefiting surrounding communities. Currently, as we speak, we have around 16 mining projects and programs which are at feasibility or bankable feasibility stage. But we have about 13 licensed mining companies and 3 which are operational. The 3 which are operating is Lephalale coal concession, Exaro Grootegeluk mine, the Clonova Afrimet. For the current financial year, starting from 2018 to 2022, because the SLP project is a 5-year program, we'll report on those and their status. Although the mining companies may be here to come and give you a detailed information as to what entails that. We'll start with projects which are under Exaro. They are building a Nelson Scope Primary School, which is 4 classes, not 4, 3 classes in the function hall for the school. What is the social impact of this project? The school is experiencing an influx of learners, which is as a result of the growth of the area. The 4 classrooms will accommodate learners and reduce the number in overcrowded classes, including the function hall. This project has been taken out from the IDP as a social labor plan with a scope of building a hall large enough to accommodate 1,500 learners. And the school hall will be fitted with divider panels, which will allow school hall to be divided into about 4 classrooms also when the need arises. To date, the whole of the hall has got the roof sheeting completed, plumbing, external works, brickworks and casting of surface bed, concrete and still in progress. Is anticipated to be done by the end of August, if not that, with extension the end of November. So in essence, by January, those classes and the hall will be utilized by the communities. The presentation that will be sending to you, or will be giving to you, will show you the pictures of what we are talking about here, because we have taken also pictures of those projects as are being implemented. The next project is a waste management facility, of which project also emanates from the social labor plan of 2018-2022 financial year, which is a 5-year program. That relates to the procurement of 2 waste trucks and 6 skip bins for waste collection within the area. This will address the environmental challenges such as illegal waste dumping in urban and rural areas and creation of a temporary work opportunity while ensuring that residents are not exposed to environmental risk. The 2 trucks will benefit about 10,600 households, and this project has been completed. The trucks are being handed over. There are pictures thereof. And these pictures were also shown to the DMRE, although they were not present, and they raised an issue on that one. And we made an undertaking that in the next phase, whatever project that is handed over, DMRE will be present as part of the people who are looking and implementing the programs and projects of social labor plan. The next project is a mobile ECD center, Early Childhood Development Center, the mobile one. The scope of this project is for procurement of 2 panel vans with mobile tray library, learning material, ICT equipment, and furniture. And this mobile Early Childhood Center will be going around the whole municipal area where there is an, according to the program that has been given, and servicing all those school early childhood centers, of which we realize that the lack of this learning equipment has got a detrimental effect on the young children as they progress in life and also go to primary, high school, and even to university if they have not been exposed to some of those activities. Even when they play, you look at them during school vacations as they are playing there. Kids that are attending a well-equipped school and those that attend those ill-equipped school, you can see and observe a gap. I think all of us have an experience with that. The root cause of the poor performance of learners in a low level of school readiness, when learners enter the formal education system in grade R, the lack of school readiness is the direct result of inadequate stimulation and care during early years of child's development. The center will play a key role in preparing the kids for primary schooling. There are 44 registered early childhood centers around Lepalale, and 20 ECD practitioners are enrolled for training, and 840 learners are benefiting from this program. We've got pictures of all these that I've presented to you and will share with the commission, and the commission can also, if you need, share it with you. The next one is the Enterprise and Supply Development Center. This project also is emanates from the IDP of 2018 for the 5-year plan 2018 to 2022. And the scope of the project comprises the developing an entrepreneur incubation hub, recruiting office personnel to operate the center. The center will also cater for working services, advertise, screen, select, and contract 20 local entrepreneurs on the enterprise and supply development program. This project renovation has been completed, and the ESD program of 20 companies are incubated, and 22 entrepreneurs are benefiting from that through learning and guiding. The social impact of the project is by developing entrepreneurs in the informal sector, business opportunities on offer in the labor sending areas around the mining operating area, and developing entrepreneurs who will also ensure that the Exaro local procurement requirements are met, and this will be creating opportunity for those people to also be considered whenever such opportunities arise. I've also have pictures for that. The next one is the Marapong Arts and Culture Precinct. It's a multi-sport center. This also emanates from the 2018-2022 SRP. And these relates to the total revamp and redevelopment of an existing sport infrastructure with additional facilities being introduced as identified by the communities. This will have 3 packages. Package 1 is the earthworks and fencing, 3 is a sports field, 4 is multi-purpose indoor facility. And the social impact of this project as a center will develop and nurture young people's interest in sport by providing them with safe and interactive environment. It will work as a safe hub for youth, keeping them off the street and teaching them valuable life skills. There are pictures to that effect also. Although there have been some hiccups and challenges with the implementation of the projects. As you can see, all these projects were supposed to be concluded by 2022. This project is still in progress. The next one is the Tusong Skills Development Center. This also emanates from the 2018 IDP, which is being a guidance of the social labor plans. This project is for building skills development center in one of the villages. The reason for that is that most of our villages are about 70 kilometers away from the urban node, and which makes it difficult for people to traverse or travel to the urban nodes because of the high unemployment rate. Sometimes it becomes unaffordable for those. So we undertook and agreed with the mining companies to say, we need to have a skills development center around the villages, which won't be a long distance. The furthest distance will be something like 20 kilometers along the route where transport is available. That project to date entailed feasibility study done, and the scope comprised of design and construction of the workshop, classroom, admin and ablution blocks, drilling and equipping of borehole, design and construction of paved road, parking areas and walkways, stormwater management and provision of power supply. Am I taking much of your time? My time is over. All right, let me just not go in detail to other projects. The next one is a Pulse sewer plant. I'm mentioning it because it was earlier mentioned, the wastewater treatment works, which is a Pulse sewer plant. I'll just mention the name of the project. And the Paralegal concession, they've got 4 projects: fencing of cemeteries, construction of 4 high-mast lines, supply of 132 kV structure lines, insulators, and construction of worker stalls. Only one project has been implemented because the mining project is being placed under care maintenance. The next one is a project under Tenova Mine, with the construction of water installation at the informal settlement of Lesedi. And this will assist, will include also refurbishment of still water reservoir and installation of the pipelines within the informal settlement. Let me just pause there, and we are prepared to share with you. If there are any questions, the team will respond to that. Thank you.
Sorry, before you excuse him, the important question of the day has not been answered, and I would want him to perhaps speak on that in respect of the role of the municipality in the protection of rights of mining communities. He's highlighted very interesting initiatives that the municipality has undertaken with the mining companies in that particular municipality. But can you just address us on the role of your municipality in the protection of the rights of mining communities?
I think we've done that also. You might let me caught up by something else, but your colleagues can attest to that one. We said our role under environmental regulation is to identify and facilitate affected interests and interest parties within the municipality to be consulted through public participation, monitoring of mining operation as by Air Quality Act, assist in the identification of LED projects, skills development and enterprise development and activities during the drafting of the SLP as is being endorsed or projected in the IDP, monitoring of and evaluation of our SLP projects in conjunction with the DMRE, appropriate reasoning of land use rights. Hence, I helped a lot on the rejection of mining activities in between human settlement, and planning and costing for provision of park services and infrastructure, and create a stakeholder engagement where I mention all the stakeholders that are taking part in these and ensure the charter, the mining charter, is benefiting the surrounding communities. Thank you.
I think we will then, when you sit down, we'll engage in questions that will then deal with this aspect of the role of the municipality a lot broader than what you have given. You may then, we will take it from there. Thank you. Whilst we're still waiting, the protocol would be the senior legal officer asking a set of questions, the provincial manager, then lastly followed by me. You will then be given an opportunity to answer that, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. Firstly, maybe just to extend my gratitude as I hear you saying that the municipality is trying by all means to put a halt on new possible mining activities that might be unfolding within the human settlement, as you alluded to. It's important and very, very, very accepted by us, because we always say we're standing for the rights of the communities. So I just want to ask the next couple of questions. In your presentation, you were talking about certain projects which were for the 2018 to 2022 cycle, and you made reference to one mine in particular, XR. You then, towards your conclusion, you indicated that these projects were supposed to be completed in 2022. You then outlined the projects. I'm assuming the reason why you outlined those projects is because the municipality is aware of those, or maybe the municipality is working with the mines for the implementation of those projects. Can you just, by indication, if that is the position of the municipality? Is the municipality working? Okay. So I just have a few questions now emanating from that. By your submissions, these projects were supposed to be completed in 2022. What has been the municipality's position? What has been expressed by the municipality in respect of the fact that this target was there, it was set, but it was not met? Furthermore, you also indicated that you do have monitoring work done together with DMRE. In your interaction with DMRE, if you are raising these issues, what has been the responses from DMRE? I'll pass the mic, but I might have further questions stemming from the responses.
Thank you very much, SLO. I must say that it's very difficult to ask questions from what you have presented, but I wanted also to maybe to get your relationship with Exaro, because I believe that they are mining within your jurisdiction. And when you gave us or share information regarding the mining companies with us, you are giving a broader relationship that you have. I remember previously that the municipality
have made a loan, or they've requested a loan from Exaro, 100 million rand, a loan from Exaro. And even today, I'm not sure whether you are done, but previously when you appeared before the commission, you indicated that that is one of the challenges that you are facing, that the municipality is paying that, and that has also has impact on other projects that you are running. But I have not, is there any contribution from Exaro that is mining there? Have you ever received any complaint regarding the air pollution coming from Exaro? Because we have also visited Maraponi sometimes. I'm talking about Exaro as the one of the polluters. We also have, we know ESCOM is also allegedly polluting the environment, contribute to the air pollution in the area. So with Exaro, have you ever received complaints from the community members about their mining activities and the pollution that they are causing to the places such as Maraponi? So it's just unfortunate that we don't have anyone from there, but we know about the situation because we've been there interviewing community members and all those things.